Oh,
Did that not happen before?
no, you're actually live streaming.
Microphone check 1, 2. This is the call to order. This is the German Village Commission hearing. Today is September 2nd, 2026. It is 4:03 p.m. We're here at 111 North Front Street, second floor, room 204. The next business meeting will be Wednesday, September 23rd, 2026 at 12 p.m. 111 North Front Street, third floor, room 313. So upstairs, different room. The next hearing will be Wednesday, October 7th, 2026 at 4 p.m. back here at 101 North Front Street, second floor, room 204. Go ahead and swear in, staff. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, not the truth? And your name?
Kimberly Bernard.
Thank you. Commissioners present, starting on my left. Anthony Hartke, Chair.
Cynthia Hunt. Karen McCoy. Effie Yin.
Just a reminder for commissioners to speak into the microphones. Are there any items for public forum? No public forum. We'll move ahead to the staff approvals, which begin on page 7 of your agenda. I need to go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I have recusals on COA 2600765, 299 through 301 Burger Alley, COA 2600578, 296 through 298 East Beck Street, and COA 2600820, 573 South Sixth Street.
Thank you. Need to recuse myself from COA 2600686, 588 South 3rd Street, as well as COA 2600805, 592 South Grant.
None for me.
Right.
None here.
If there are no others, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to ratify the staff amendments or the staff approvals.
Second.
Got a second? Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes. Move ahead to the approval of minutes from last meeting, which is August 25th, 2026. Is there a motion?
Move to,
Go ahead.
oh, Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the meeting minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
We got a second. Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes. Moving on to staff recommended application, item number 1, COA 2600756, 898 City Park Avenue.
Right. This application is an exterior building modification to replace the wood front door with a 6-panel fiberglass door. An application to replace the front door with a 4-panel fiberglass door with a smooth texture was approved on the April 1st, 2026 German Village Commission hearing as COA 2600189. The approval included a condition that a cut sheet be submitted to staff prior to the issuance of a certificate. The commissioners at the business meeting were wondering if any fiberglass doors of this size had been recently approved, as they find the door size standard. A different manufacturer may be needed to be looked at. They suggested that the applicant come to the hearing with an alternative door in case they can't agree on if a 6-panel door is appropriate. The applicant provided examples of other 6-panel doors in the area, which include the following: 717 1/8 South 3rd Street. Now, while this is the Little's door, it is representative of other doors in the area. And then 722 South Pearl. These doors do not appear to have approval on file, but were replaced sometime between 1998 and 2007. Staff recommends approval of the application with any and all clarifications submitted to staff for review prior to issuance of a certificate. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration, as well as the German Village guidelines regarding entrances and doors.
Any questions on the application?
If
We-
the applicant would like to,
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the applicant wasn't here. I apologize. And once you're settled, you raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And your name is?
Noel Collis.
Thank you. If you just make sure you speak into the microphone so the audio picks it up. Thanks.
Sorry about that.
You're good.
Can you hear me now? Clearly. Okay. Can you hear me now? Well, here we go.
All right, so applicant sworn in. We've already read in the application. Any questions on the application?
I have none.
We'll make the statement that this is a non-original door being proposed to be replaced. For the record, I will note that 71718 is not a actual door.
It's not a what control?
It's not an actual door. That's
Okay,
all. We'll,
Yes.
Yeah, she told me about
You
that.
have to appreciate though, the humor
I appreciate it, but for the record.
for the record.
All right, if there are no questions or issues, is there a motion?
On COA 2600756-898 City Park Avenue, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes.
Okay, just to be sure, we're gonna put in the 7 foot with the transom, and it's a 6 panel.
That's what was submitted.
Smooth fiberglass. And then the color I'm thinking about is Cabernet, which is the color of wine, Cabernet.
Paint sample goes to staff before they issue your COA.
Okay, well, it's from the catalog. I'll just send it to her, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to continued applications. The first one is COA 2600547 608 South Grant. Applicant here for 608 South Grant. All right, we'll come back to that one. Is there an applicant here for 363 Jackson? 363 Jackson. I need to recuse myself. I think Commissioner McCoy, I think you're up on deck as the vice chair.
I am.
Since, I think by tenure.
I see. I don't have the little cheat sheet here, but
Number 3.
I got that. Okay, so I think we swear in the applicant first. Is that correct?
I'll do the staff report first and then
And
we'll
then we
swear.
swear. Okay.
And don't worry, I'll help walk you along too. Right, so this application is an exterior building alteration to remove the existing 2 light awning basement windows and install Marvin Ultimate Gliding windows. The commissioners at the business meeting for the August hearing requested that staff work with the applicant and owner to set a site visit prior to the meeting to examine the condition of the basement windows. The commission at that previous business meeting would like to know what fixes have been done to the windows and when the work was done, if any. HPO staff conducted a site visit on July 29th. The windows on the east elevation were deteriorated due to the weather, while the windows on the west elevation were in better condition. While the condition of the windows are mixed, HBO staff looked into the previous application to replace all the windows, which was withdrawn from the April 2024 hearing. The staff report for the previous request noted that the basement windows appeared to be replacement windows, and HBO staff had informed the applicant that the basement windows could be replaced via HBO staff approval for the COA. Staff confirms again that the site visit and photos that these do not appear to be original windows to the house and supports their replacement. The commission should discuss if the sliding windows are appropriate replacements or if they need to more closely follow the current configuration. Staff recommends that if the commission finds the replacements appropriate, to approve the application, noting reasons for approval or approving the application with the condition that a more appropriate design is submitted to staff for review and approval prior to issuance of a certificate. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.11, these standards for alteration, as well as the German Village guidelines for windows. And Commissioner McCoy, I'll hand it back to you to swear in our applicant.
Okay. Would you please state your name and your name and why you're before us?
Mark Mason with APCO. I'm the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
You're on behalf of the owner?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then we have to swear them in
Further back.
too.
Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Do you have anything else to add?
No,
Do commissioners have any questions on this application?
What's our precedent on this type of window? Can I ask you that, Miss Kimberly?
You can.
Huh?
This is the first basement window replacement I've had since I've been staffing the commission. So it's very much, I was putting it to the commission on if they found the sliding design appropriate or not. HBO staff tends to run more conservative with replacing in like kind. So I wanted to know if you all thought that even though it was a slider and would have that thicker
Mullion,
mullion,
yeah.
if it was still appropriate.
But you don't know if we've approved this before.
Not in my memory.
I see Jackie shaking her head too.
Yeah. Should we get you sworn in too? But why don't we do that when Anthony comes back? So it's a little easier.
I think at least in my memory, we've tried to be conservative with changing types, and have not been in favor of switching from a fixed to a slider or vice versa. So, is there a reason you want to switch to a slider?
owner wishes to maintain the iron grates. Owner is going to remove, refinish, reinstall the iron grates. An awning type window obviously would only allow it to open an inch or two.
Yeah.
The glider maintains the vertical look, and the owner really is looking to get ventilation into the basement. That's the primary motivator for the gliders.
You mentioned the iron grate will stay in place.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't personally know of another solution that would provide
Air
that
ventilation.
ventilation. And I assume this is the narrowest mullion you can
It
find,
is.
that avenue's been exhausted.
I mean, the couple of images that we have from these are the 1 inch or smaller mullions on that side. And maybe our packet isn't updated because I'm not seeing, I think, all of the images that staff had taken. Do we have,
We can pull that up.
okay, do we have like a location on where on the property these windows are located?
Yeah, I believe that they are on the side. Let's see.
Side and back? It says front and both.
Front and both sides.
Front and both
Front
sides.
and both sides. What do you think? Front is fixed?
I'm not as hyped about it.
Huh?
I'm not as hyped about it. I could probably go either way.
I bet every one of these images is going to be up close.
Yeah, I do
They're going to
too.
be details, not location.
Cause is there just one on the front?
I'm sorry.
Is there one on the front or
I'm
two?
not sure.
Sorry. Okay, underneath that large window.
Large window.
Behind, yeah.
The one on the front is screened by landscape. It's not visible.
Yeah.
I personally am, well, I can't, I'm acting chair. I have to be quiet here
No, you can,
until you speak.
Karen, what do you think?
I think that they're not visible to the street. They're behind the iron grates, and I support the desire to have ventilation because I think that's good practice in an old building. So
Mhm.
that's my position.
Yeah, I feel this similar. That's the reason I asked if the iron gray will remain in place. I don't see any problem with that.
So what's happening with those iron grates?
You need to
As
speak
far
up,
as,
too.
are you taking the iron grates off and then putting them back on?
Yes, the owner is. taking-
Repair.
Removing them, refinishing
Okay.
and reinstalling.
Okay. I can get behind these sliders. Do you want to make it?
Is discussion finished?
I think so.
Yes.
Sure.
You have a motion?
On item, which one? COA 2600708, 363 Jackson, move to accept the application as submitted
Colors to be submitted to staff.
with the colors to be submitted to staff. I was just about to say, and the colors, right? Colors to be submitted to staff. Any other additions or comments? Okay.
No. Second.
All those in favor?
I.
Thank you.
Motion
Thank you.
passed.
Moving ahead to item number 4, COA 2600596, 978 Yeager. Applicant here for 978 Yeager.
Wow.
Back to that one. We have an applicant for 292 East Sycamore. Applicant for 292 East Sycamore. That's the next two. Is there an applicant for 202 East Beck? Takers for 202 East Beck. Is there an applicant here for 360 Jackson Street? 360 Jackson Street. Get way ahead. How about 361 East Livingston? 361 East Livingston. (596) South 6th Street. 596 South 6th. 768 South 5th. 768 South 5th. That puts us at number 12. We're going to take a quick 5-minute recess because if we get too far ahead, it's going to be hard to come back. So 5 minutes and we'll come back.
Projects. Maybe we can get one of the later projects with somebody who's here.
So if the agenda says will not be heard before 5:30, we have to wait, don't we? It's estimated. Yeah, I know. In the past, we've waited.
That's what I'm saying. I think if we say the people who are here for,
Mhm.
or what are you here for?
I'm not seeing anything in the agenda about to be heard before.
It's in there.
Yeah, it's up on the screen. It's funny, it wasn't in the one
Not the one that she
printed.
sent out.
No,
though.
not the one she sent, but it's on the screen.
People chose.
That fast.
I did not
I know.
either.
Oh.
The last meeting.
Mhm.
You know, that's
We're already there.
worried about.
But that means we have to wait for the estimated times?
Typically, people are a little late.
So yes, we have to wait for the estimated
Yeah.
times if they're not here. That's a problem.
Yeah. So, can we see if anybody's here
For something that we can see.
for something that is on the agenda? Although we just pretty much scrolled through it.
We have to wait.
Yeah. We're happy.
But if there's somebody here who's downstream, who they're here to talk about their stuff, we could go ahead with them. So can we do that poll? Okay.
Applicants, what addresses are we here for? Quick show of hands, who is here to comment on Cedar Square?
Who's here not to comment?
Yeah.
Wow.
One.
What address are you here for?
278.
What number is that?
786.
Number 15.
Can we do it?
Is there anybody else
We have to
here
do it in
not
order.
for
Cedar Square.
Cedar Square?
Can we go ahead with number 15?
We can, if we want to do the 5 minutes to see if more people filter in.
Yeah.
And want me to check real quick to see if there's people lining up to do this?
I'm gonna check. I need a good walk.
He was 13 or 14. He was 14 or 15. The other, that guy.
15.
So well, case let's continue from last month because the quorum, the affirmative vote, there were, because we thought we need 4, but we actually need 3. Right? Yes. Okay.
Current judgment from the
Yeah.
city attorney.
For those individuals who are going to comment regarding Cedar Square, if you have not already filled out a speaker slip, they are in the back room underneath that TV over there. You do need to fill out one of the speaker slips and present it to me in order to be able to speak during the comment period.
I've never seen it.
Anybody done that?
All right, so for a quick update for those in attendance, we have jumped forward several applications due to the applicants not being here yet. What what we need to do, we're going to take item number 15 first. We're not going to jump into Cedar Square yet. Our city attorney wants to be here, present for that hearing. So that's on the agenda, not to be till 5:30. So we got a little bit of time before it's going to happen. So no rush for folks who aren't here yet, but we will go ahead and pick back up and start with item number 15, which is COA 2600744, 278 East Sycamore Street. You want to come on down?
All right, this application is a landscaping application to relocate the AC condenser from the north rear side of the property to the east side of the property per the submitted documentation. Commissioners at the business meeting requested that dimensions and the property line be added to the site plan. They also requested that screening be added and details for such screening be submitted, including type, height, and placement on the site plan. They wanted to know what the grade was to the windowsill. The applicant submitted updated photos and drawings with dimensions, and they have also included a 45-inch screen for the AC unit to be painted white. Documentation has been added to the front of the materials packet. Staff recommends approval of the application with any and all clarifications submitted to staff prior to review before issuance of a certificate. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.13, the standards for site improvement.
All right. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth?
I do.
And your name?
Michael Braun.
Thank you. Anything else to add?
No, I think that about covers it.
All right. Questions, comments from the commission?
I would just like to say I appreciate how you complied with giving us the information in a very nice manner that we requested.
Happy to do it.
I actually, other than that, I don't have any questions on the application.
I've got a few questions. I wasn't here for the business meeting. Looking at the size, it's a 24 by 24 square. I'm assuming 27 inches tall, correct?
Correct. Yes.
You've got 2'8", so 8 inches of space to play with. Do you know what the manufacturer requires for clearance around the condenser?
I don't know the manufacturer requirement, but I have had the AC company there to quote the price of the work and give me the specifics. And they said they would have no problem staying on my side of the property line for that.
I only ask a lot of times what I have seen in my experience is a 12-inch clearance all around. And if you got 12 all around, you only have 8 to play with. It's going to be off the property line to start with. So for the commissioners, if we approve this, I think we should have a condition on the approval that it is approved if it can meet the clearance requirements. If not, they've got to come back because then we got to figure out where they're going to put this thing. Plus with that screening, you're going to be now closing off another side or 2 more sides of clearance as well. So it might be a constraint.
Yeah, no problem to agree to stay on my side of the property line.
And that's the only question I had.
And just so I'm clear, the screening is toward the front, right?
Yeah, it's going to screen the side and the front.
Side and front.
Yeah, so there'll be no view of no view of the unit from the street then.
Is it just freestanding screening?
It can go either way. So I'm going to take a look. I've got to order it, but I want to make sure it stays in place. So it's not going to be left just freestanding sitting there because I'm afraid to get knocked over by the wind or something. So
Your plans to do what?
yes, painted the trim color to match the house.
So there will be some paver work redone, right? Because you have to take out the pavers, put footings in and put the pavers back. How?
Most likely going to be able to just attach it directly to the top face of the pavers, which have been replaced at some point. They're not very old. Yep.
And I saw you currently have a trash can there. Is the thought is the trash can will be behind or in front?
Yep.
Are you gonna go around, use the neighbors?
Those are my trash cans. I do want to place them. I'm going to keep them behind the air conditioning unit at that point. So they'll also be covered by the same screen.
Okay.
Cleans up the look of everything then.
But your neighbors, okay, when you gotta move the trash, you gotta go to their yard and move
Yeah,
it.
it's always been okay with that. I just bought the house a few months ago. They don't access that side at all. They don't have any windows. They don't have any gate into their backyard or anything. So there's never been any problem with coming around things to pull them out.
No questions.
If there's no further questions, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, on item 15 COA 2600744 278 East Sycamore Street, I move to approve with the provision that once needed clearance is defined around the air conditioner, that the screening and the air conditioner unit itself are contained on your property.
Any other questions?
One possible amendment,
Amendment? Sure.
and the screens.
I said that.
You did, all right,
Yeah.
good.
All right, no amendment. All right, we've got a motion. We've got a second. Any questions? All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you much. All right, has anybody come in that's not here for Cedar Square? What property? Great. Come on up and have a seat. 292 East Sycamore is number 5. All right. So item number 5, COA 2600621, which is 292 East Sycamore. If you raise your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. And your name?
Hannah Wolfson.
Thank you. If you just want to use that microphone, you can pull it around. It's fine.
And your role with the property?
I am the owner. Yes.
All right, this application is an exterior building alteration to remove and replace the front door transom and mullion with a new single unit integrated fiberglass door and transom. The commissioners at the August business meeting wanted to know if the existing door was original or a historic replacement. They wanted to know the same thing for the transom, as they typically request if the transom is the original,
Right.
but the door is not, that just the door is replaced.
We're on number 5.
Yeah, we're on number 5.
Oh,
And
thank you.
actually,
Yeah, same
that one
property.
was, we've already gotten approval for that for staff approval on the number 5. So that is the one that we were hoping to discuss today.
This
So
one?
we can go ahead.
Oh, so it's number
Close
6.
that one.
Okay,
Okay.
so 5 is
you.
done.
All right, it's 5.
You concur, Madam Kimberly?
Oh.
Kimberly,
Yes,
you concur?
I'm trying to remember.
Okay.
There's been a lot of roofing projects, but we changed the roof, the shingles.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
That one has already been approved in
Okay.
the other meeting notes. So
So that one can be
So
removed.
My
it was the
apologies.
right- It was an approved shingle.
approved shingle.
But not the right color, right?
We went with the
Gray.
the gray,
Originally,
the
but yeah.
gas
Okay.
shingles. Yeah. Thank you.
All
Not
right.
sure how I missed that, but thank you all.
You're good. No worries.
We're just killing time.
Well, good is subjective, but okay. So back to the staff report for number 6 that I was accidentally misreading. So the applicant submitted additional drawings and the OHI form for the property. Staff has included the stamped drawing for the replacement of the door and transom from the 2014 approval, which was COA number 14-9-30B. The applicant has also submitted confirmation from Lowe's that the transom and door are 2 separate units. Staff recommends approval of the application with the condition that there are no interior blinds. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.11, these standards for alteration, as well as the German Village guidelines on entrances and doors.
Anything else to add?
That is all. No.
All right. Questions, comments from the commission?
Just a question about the integrated blinds. I noticed that that is not typically approval. So is that something that can be reviewed for discussion or?
We can discuss it.
Okay. That would be great.
What would you
Yeah.
like to hear?
I guess just curious if there's any way to have that integrated. We currently have it as a separate attachment on our current door. So if that's the preference, that's fine, but just wanted to know if it's about having no blinds or if it's specific to integrated blinds.
So interior blinds
Uh-huh.
inside the house, separate attachment, that's fine.
Okay.
It's just the blinds inside the glass is the
Got it.
piece that we
Okay.
don't approve.
So then that answers that. Great. Thank you.
Do we know if this door is original?
It is not the original.
Was replaced at some point?
Yes, I believe in the documentation that that Kimberly had reviewed, we had pointed to where and when it had been replaced. There was a full renovation done prior to us moving in 2015. And it was part of those renovations.
Yeah, new wood door and transom.
It seems like a lot of damage for 10 years.
It's a salvage door that they brought in.
You think?
Mm-hmm.
Even the surround?
Surround, maybe not. Frame might be original, but the door itself is probably not. Do we know from the record when the door was replaced, did they replace the slab of the door or they replaced the transom as well?
They replaced the transom as well.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
In that case, nothing here is the historic door.
And you're proposing separated elements.
Exactly, yes.
In my opinion, if it's identified and documented to not be the original door, not the original transom, then I don't have any replacement.
Agreed.
Anybody else?
I don't have an issue with this replacement.
I'm good with it.
If there's no issue, no further conversation, is there a motion?
So staff would like to clarify,
Yes.
the internal blinds, is that okay, or does,
Without.
okay, without?
Without.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, on item 6, right? 292 East Sycamore Street, the exterior building modification for the door, move to approve as submitted without interior blinds.
Second.
Got a second? Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anybody else here not for Cedar Square? Any applicants not for Cedar Square? Right.
No. Wait. Those two just walked down.
They are not.
Yeah.
And with that, we'll go back on hiatus until another applicant not Cedar Square shows up or until our city attorney shows up.
Great. I'm going to go run upstairs and send an email
So,
as a
on break.
reminder. So I'm giving Jacqueline full authority. Thank you.
The wonder it doesn't do that piece. And I don't think you can like going backwards until you hit. Okay. I found it. I need to. What did you? Don't ask me what I pressed. Oh.
I can find it again.
Yes. Yes. So. He's gonna see the street there.
Got an applicant here for number 8.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna come back. I'll break back on the record. We have an applicant here from one of the earlier applications. This is item number 8, COA 2600604, 360 Jackson Street, sorry. And Commissioner McCoy, you have the mic again.
And Commissioner McCoy, if you don't mind swearing me in.
Good.
I'm just swearing in
Yeah.
myself.
Jacqueline's not sweared in.
She just did it.
Oh, she did it.
Did you do it?
No,
No, she
whoever,
needs to.
I'll swear her in real quick.
Anthony.
Thank
to
you.
do it.
Or just toss you the mic.
You're later.
All right, procedural. You just swear in, staff, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth
I do.
in your name?
Jacqueline Mizell.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then she will swear you. Oh, okay.
We had the problem that Jacqueline wasn't previously.
Oh, okay.
We've had a lot of fun.
It's one of those days. And where's
Number
Ed?
8,
Yes.
unless you want to,
Yeah.
Jacqueline.
Did you read the staff report yet? Okay. Okay. Slightly out of breath, but here we go. This application is for a variance or zoning change. The variances that are being asked for are City Code 3332.32 to reduce the building setback from 10 feet to 1 foot. A reduction of 9 feet. City Code 3332.25.b to reduce the sum of the two side yards from 6 feet to 5 feet, a reduction of 1 foot. City Code 3332.25.a.3 to reduce the minimum side yard from 3 feet to 1 feet, a reduction of 2 feet. I'm actually going to ask you to go to the agenda, Jacqueline,
So we've got,
because these were updated. Thank you.
yes.
We updated the agenda and we didn't update the staff report. So let me start over. My apologies. So the variances are City Code 3332.21 to reduce the building setback from 10 feet to 1 foot, a reduction of 9 feet. City Code 3332.25.b to reduce the sum of the two side yards from 6 feet to 5.9 feet, a reduction of 0.1 feet. City Code 3332.25.a.3 to reduce the minimum side yard from 3 feet to 2.8 feet, a reduction of 0.2 feet. And City Code 3312.49C to conform the existing parking spaces count from 4 spaces to 0. The proposed variances are for existing condition, and staff recommends recommendation of approval for the application with any and all clarifications submitted to HBO staff for review prior to issuance of certificate. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3332.32, 3332.25, and 3312.49. I'll hand it back to you, Commissioner McCoy.
Swear in the applicant. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
And can you state your name and your relationship to the applicant?
Yes, my name's Jack Reynolds and I'm an attorney with Smith and Hale and I'm here on behalf of the property owner. And so I'm back again this month. At last month's meeting, Ed asked that we further update the variance application. And given that we didn't have enough members to actually take a vote because Anthony had recused himself. So we're back this month with a 4-member panel, which is enough to have a vote.
Ned.
Ned.
Yeah.
There's only a Ned.
So I can answer any questions, but it is to conform the existing building to the lot itself.
And it also states the exact dimensions.
Exact
that
dimensions. Yes.
Existing.
I have no concerns with this one. No.
Anyone else?
So what was the plan with the variance request, I guess? Are you guys proposing something?
No, all we're doing is conforming the house to the lot. What a lot of people don't understand is that if that house were to burn down, you could not build it back in its current location. You would have to be building it according to the R2F standards, which is impossible. So basically, you'd have to go through this process or one where you'd be coming in for variances at that time. So we're simply making it conform And a lot of bankers, when they become aware of it, don't like to lend to people who can't rebuild the house.
Okay.
So again, we get two birds with one stone here.
So there's value to everybody in this room who owns property in German Village.
Yep.
Check their
Yep.
house location.
They've got some problems and they're probably not aware of it.
Set up so that it's.
And I'd be happy to help.
Yeah. This was important for people to understand.
Yeah.
didn't know it
Yes,
before you
I-
knew it last time.
Yeah, it is important. I agree.
Your mic is not on.
You're right.
Um, we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Deputy Commissioner, or Chair.
Chairwoman.
Madam Chair. So on the COA 2600604 at 360 Jackson Street, move to approve as submitted.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
folks.
Thank you.
Thanks for
I'll
coming
go.
back.
Tell Anthony you can come back.
Thank you.
Again, thank you
Again.
for the fourth member this time.
I apologize for not being there.
All right.
There's George. Is he here for another application?
Could you?
Are there any other applicants here for a application other than Cedar Square? Okay. We are going
What's our time?
back on pause.
At 30. Okay. This is supposed to be your 30 minutes.
Yeah, so all applicants have been emailed to remind them about the meeting. Jacqueline just stepped outside to see if she can't get a hold of the city attorney. So thank you all for being patient and bearing with us. This is not how this typically goes. So we're kind of trying to adjust.
On the fly.
Yes. I do, but I don't have a city phone.
Oh, yeah, I call the city.
Oh, Josh is here? Okay.
Solves the crisis.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully. And hopefully after we get the ball rolling, more people will come in. So we can continue the meeting without these breaks, but we appreciate everybody being so patient. So just a reminder, if you would like to speak about Cedar Square and if you've not turned in your speaker slip, please do so.
Mics are on. All right, we are back on the record. We're going to go ahead and jump into the Cedar Square application. So item number 12, COA 2600322-247 East Livingston. You all take your seats, and once you're settled, if you raise your right hands, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right, and your name?
George Berardi.
Thank you.
Kareem Ammer.
Thank you. Thank you. Let you read in the application.
I'm going to ask before I forget, do you want me to pull up another chair after I'm done reading the staff report?
Not yet. Not yet. No. we're-
Okay. All right. This application is for the demolition of a two-story brick structure and the retention and modification of a two-story Italianate brick structure, retaining the current parking lot access as 245 East Livingston Avenue. The proposal will have 52 dwelling units, and it will construct a mixed-use building facing East Livingston Avenue with a residential building facing East Blinkner Street. Buildings along East Livingston Avenue will blend stone and solid brick masonry on the first floor with materials such as durable composite siding and panels on the upper level. The third story would be set back from the first two. The building height will not exceed 36 feet. The building along East Blinkner Street will be set back from the right-of-way to accommodate landscaping and planting buffers. The style will be row housing with openings for parking. The second floor will be brick facades with other siding materials, and the third story set back. HBO staff confirmed with the city attorney that three are required to vote in favor for an approval for an application to be approved. This is because the city code section controls over the bylaws, although the bylaws state that the 4 members are required to vote in the affirmative. The bylaws exceed the authority of what the Columbus City Council has delegated to the German Village Commission via the city code 3119.07. Therefore, only a majority of the quorum needs to approve, which would be 3 if 4 or 5 members attend. I have included the commissioner comments from the July 1st hearing, as well as the June 3rd hearing and the staff report. Overall, HPO staff finds the design to be appropriate and that the design sensitivity treats the existing condition on the parcels. Ultimately, the design meets German Village guidelines and city code. Specifically, the German Village guidelines emphasize the new constructions should observe the overall rhythm of the building spacing on the block, which is under new construction, recommendation 4. Both the Livingston Avenue and Blinkner Alley elevations carefully consider the surrounding blocks and typical distribution of the structures in the village. On Livingston, the applicant has designed appropriate infill structures around the existing historic and non-historic structures with minimal alteration. The mix of appearances matches the typical development along Livingston Avenue with both residential and more commercial styles of structures. This is compliant with City Code 3116.12, ACDKLM, and the German Village Guidelines on new construction, specifically recommendations 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. On Blinkner, the applicant has limited the number of roof pitches and building facades to follow the neighborhood patterns and has alternated appropriately between gabled and flat roofs, which is compliant with City Code 3116.12, ADKM, and the German Village Guidelines on new constructions, specifically recommendations 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. The proposed material at the rear also varies to break up the overall facade and has been placed appropriately away from the property line to allow for more space for cars and pedestrians on Blinkner. This is compliant with City Code 3116.12 A and E, as well as the German Village Guidelines on new constructions, recommendations 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. The project updates include landscaping from last month to this month. Staff recommends approval of the application with any and all clarifications to be submitted to HPO staff for review and approval prior to issuance of a certificate. Basis for staff recommendation is Title 34 of the zoning code. as well as City Code 3119.07, organization, City Code 3116.12, the standards for new construction, City Code 3116.13, the standards for site improvements, City Code 3116.14, the standards for demolition, as well as the German Village guidelines regarding new construction and the guidelines regarding new construction materials.
Great. Before you do anything, do we have any more hearing devices for the?
Let me check.
Sorry, there's a request for a hearing device, so just give us 1 second.
While she does that, can we make sure this is the most up to date at the summary sheet? I think.
I think
It-
you gotta open part 1, 2, and
Yeah,
3. I was noticing that as well.
Unfortunately, I do not think they kept hearing devices down here.
So hearing devices are not in the room. Apologies. We will do our due diligence to make sure we speak into the microphones.
A2 at the project updates, I think would be just. Okay, yeah, that should be the most up to date.
All right. Floor is yours.
Sure. Before your team starts, after a discussion with Durham Village Commission staff and our city attorney, Josh Carty, about the ongoing project at 275 Livingston Avenue, known as Cedar Square Development, I am disclosing a new relationship with the Mershad Development Team and my current employer, Myers & Associates. On their advice, I will continue to impartially evaluate the Mershad Development in my current capacity as a member of the German Village Commission and continue to deliberate and vote upon this application. I've had multiple discussions with my firm's principal, Chris Myers, that have established guidelines that will prevent me from being staffed on any project with Mershad Development while there's ongoing applications being reviewed by the German Village Commission from this developer. So.
All right. Before we give the floor to the applicants, I've got speaker slips. So what we're going to do, I'm going to ask you all everybody who has submitted a speaker slip, raise your right hand. I'll ask you all to do the words. You say yes. When you come to the podium, you'll state your name and then your 3 minutes will start. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes and try not to, if somebody before you has said the point you wanted to make for sake of time, just identify that the prior speaker has said what you wanted to say. So if you submit a speaker slip, raise your right hand. And do you all swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Thank you. All right, floor is yours.
Great. One quick disclaimer. We'll need to keep my phone here. My wife is 5 days away from her due date, so told her
Congratulations.
to hold it in for just a little while longer, but hopefully I don't get called out of this. We're here today, extremely proud of the design and as well as the process. What started with, a very, a lot of talking points to go over now, we've really dwindled down. And we think we're at a really strong point, and it's a real testament to the process and the collaboration. So we're very proud of that. To touch on the adjustments since the last hearing, there is only one item there, but there's actually several more that I'd like to point out in the plans. The rooftop garden access that has been adjusted. More specifically, that's been tucked in an additional 16 feet away from Dixon. There was also a request regarding the light fixture package and their locations from Chairman Hartke. That has been incorporated towards the bottom of the presentation, might be in part 3 since they're all split up. There was also a comment regarding the pavers on 6th Street that has a request that has since been incorporated as well. And I believe, Chairman, you were looking to see the proposed variances. We included a letter regarding that. We have not submitted that for the vote, but that hopefully should provide the context of what we'll come back subsequently to vote on.
Can I interrupt you for a moment?
Yes.
We don't have the most current thing in here, right?
It's part 1, 2, and 3.
I see that, but part 1 does not have the delta between last meeting and this meeting.
It has.
I'm checking to see what our materials have.
So you should, have parts 1, 2, and 3, as well as the original submission prior to them breaking it up.
What should I be looking at that says between July and August? All right, thank you.
There's only one item that,
Yeah,
well,
so
it should
I
say
just wanna make
August.
sure I've got the most current.
Okay, as long as it says August to September.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, so we have some additional more adjustments. I just wanted to clarify that didn't make its way there.
Thanks.
Right.
And furthermore, we're tracking some of the commitments that were asked of us. Certainly the sandstone comment regarding keeping that either all reclaimed or all new, making sure there's no mix and match there. We're certainly willing to commit to that, as well as the landscape upkeep. I think it's a good note to sort of remind everyone here, we're not strangers to German Village. In fact, we've owned the property for 20 years. We understand the responsibility that comes with the upkeep, with the maintenance, and with designing and constructing here in the village. We've invested heavily into the renovation and the upkeep of the existing structures on site. So we know what it takes, and we're happy to further solidify that commitment. And in that same breath, I also want to convey that this won't be a standard building, and I mean that obviously from the exterior. There's quite a lot of detail we put into that, but that same detail will carry into the interior. This will be a very boutique, well curated living experience for German Village. We absolutely intend to carry all the detail and care and time and attention we've put into the exterior into the building. And we feel confident that when it's all said and done, it will be a wonderful addition to the community. Here at our 10th hearing, over the course of 19 months, more so. I think our first application submitted in January 25. Could add a few more to that if you count 2018. But again, I think this really can be a testament of the process. Hopefully with an approval tonight, we can convey if you want to develop in German Village, you have to go through what they did. You have to sit and listen and study every inch of the guidelines. You have to meet with the residents and talk to the commission extensively. It's not an easy process, but the process works, and that's what we're glad to be here tonight to prove. So those are my notes, George. I don't know if you had any other additions.
No, I think when you mentioned that design and character move well into the building, we have 22 different unit types, a real variety of living opportunities, housing opportunities. The roof, by the way, if you want to have a look at it, is on page 37, where Chairman requested a change to that. Other than that, all of the other items that we've covered, whether curb or brick, pavers, are on different pages of the realm landscape drawings, anywhere from page 18 to 20 to 27 for reference. They've already been shown, but if you wanted to have another look at them, they are there. And again, as I mentioned, the roof detail is shown on page A37.
All right, we'll go ahead and go through speakers. So the first speaker will be Gretchen Moat. All right, that's fine. Brad Bushman. You'll state your name.
My name is Brad Bushman.
Thank you.
My name is Brad Bushman. I live at 245 Jackson Street, about a block from the construction site. I have a PhD in social psychology. I'm a professor at The Ohio State University. The developers continue to use weapons of influence on the Historic Commission to push through this project. I will be sure to share their tactics in the classes I teach at Ohio State and in the textbook I have published. Students appreciate real-life examples, and they've provided plenty. They use the door-in-the-face technique. They began with an extreme request, a 4-story building, and then retreated to a smaller request, a 3-story building, disguised to be a concession. They wanted the Historic Commission to reciprocate that so-called concession. They've also used the lowball technique by getting the commission to make broad commitment to vote positively despite many hidden costs associated with the project. We actually saw this in the last meeting. They went commissioner by commissioner, asking them if they would publicly vote yes. We saw them trying to get a commitment from the commissioners. People feel pressure to behave consistently with the commitments they have made. But commissioners, you should not feel pressure to behave consistently with commitments you were tricked into making. There is broad opposition to this construction. I looked on the webpage, over 860 verified signatures of people opposed. I've only heard one positive one, read by our chairman, from somebody who was not sworn in. Only one positive comment. Two comments on that petition I would like to briefly read. It'd be a heinous double standard for the Cedar Square project to be able to ignore the guidelines that my parents and other people all over the village have to follow. Another petition signer said, the development is an issue because of its developers who feel entitled to operate under their own set of rules or lack thereof. They do not show regard for the processes that residents must abide to live where they do. I have attended these meetings and, the new construction is larger than the playing portion of a football field. It extends 13 feet into the end zone on each side. This massive Cedar Square building does not belong in German Village. I encourage the commissioners to enforce these guidelines and vote no. To those of you who previously made a commitment to do otherwise, I say,
Mr.
that-
Bushman?
It's been 3 minutes. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. I just want to make clarification. I have not read in any comments tonight. If that was from a previous hearing, fair, but I've not read anything in tonight for the record. Thank
2
you.
meetings ago.
The next speaker, Robert Kaplan. You'll state your name.
Hello, Robert Kaplan.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Kaplan, and I'm a resident of German Village. I want to begin with something that may distinguish my comments tonight. I want Cedar Square to be developed. New housing, new residents, and thoughtful investment can be good for German Village. My concern is not development, it's compatibility. German Village has never been preserved by preventing change. It's been preserved by requiring change to respect the place into which it's introduced. And the guidelines matter most when applying them is difficult. So we routinely ask individual property owners to accept expense and limitations to preserve this district. If those standards become more flexible when a project becomes large enough, we risk creating two standards of preservation. I also recognize that commissioners may have expressed support for individual elements during previous hearings. I respectfully hope no one feels bound by those earlier positions. You now have a more complete project, additional testimony, and a substantial neighborhood response. After multiple hearings and revisions, it's natural to evaluate each change individually, but a series of acceptable individual decisions doesn't create a compatible whole. So I ask you to step back and consider Cedar Square in its totality. Is this project as a whole compatible with German Village? We don't have to choose between development and historic preservation. We can have both. This project may stand for generations. Another round of revisions is temporary, but your decision here tonight is not. So I respectfully ask you to keep working towards getting this important project right. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker, Jamie Walbacher. You'll state your name, please.
My name is Jamie Weilbacher. I'm a German Village resident, have been for 40 years, families from there, and I worked on historic preservation functionally in production. My household and neighbors want to urge the commission to use its function to recommend against, that's a specific wording, recommend against zoning approval separate from any COA for this one building housing over 50 rental units. The reason we request that part of it is based on Title 31, Section 3119.27, which describes in 3 paragraphs the typical architecture of the village. And we would also like to lean into Section 3101.03, which states that if the historic standard is more strict, the historic standard shall, and that was an important part of it, apply. And then I also had a question when they get to additional discussion. This rooftop garden that has appeared is another reason to have so many meetings, because I don't know who uses it, what kind of lighting, flags, noise is going to come from this rooftop garden, but it was added after the height was more or less said that you've been addressing it. We can move on to something else. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Courtney Thrain.
All right, good evening. My name is Courtney Thrain, Executive Director of the German Village Society. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of our Board of Trustees. I've spoken here twice before, underscoring how the Society recognizes and respects the Commission's authority and responsibility to interpret and apply the guidelines to make determinations on COAs throughout conceptual review in 2025 and monthly meetings since May of 2026. The Society respected that process. That quiet support for the process should not be interpreted as support for the proposal. Past meetings provided an opportunity for the Commission to identify concerns and for the applicant to make meaningful revisions. However, on Wednesday, August 26th, the trustees voted unanimously to adopt the following GVS position statement on the Cedar Square COA. The board collectively determined that significant elements remain inconsistent with the guidelines and standards governing new construction. The board was triggered to act based on the immediacy of an upcoming vote on the project. 5 concerns include height. The proposed building reaches 35 feet at the roof, exceeding the average height of surrounding buildings. Second is scale and massing. The building extends approximately 315 feet along Blankner Street. It's 60 feet deep and rises 35 feet high. With architectural treatments breaking up the facade, the building continues to read as one exceptionally long and large mass within the surrounding historic development. Third is the historic development pattern. The project takes up 8 existing parcels and requires multiple lot splits, altering the historic parcel pattern and diminishing the historic setting of existing structures. Fourth is the roof form. Pitched roofs predominate the surrounding buildings. While this proposed building employs a mostly flat roof, the guidelines specifically identify a roof shape as an important component of compatibility. And last is materials. The surrounding area is predominantly masonry, while substantial portions of this project are siding. Individually, these are significant concerns. Taken together, they raise a much larger question of compatibility within the historic district. The Society is not opposed to change or redevelopment of the property. The new development within the protected historic district must respond to the characteristics that made the district worthy of protection in the first place. And for all those reasons, the Society's Board of Trustees opposes approval of the Cedar Square COA in its current form. We respectfully ask the Commission to require revisions necessary to bring the proposal into compliance with the guidelines in the city's code 3116.12. Thank you for your consideration and have a good night.
Next speaker, John Clark.
Hi, my name is John Clark. For the many, many months this application for a COA has been before you through all of the plan's changes, big and small, through changes in the makeup of this commission itself, one thing has been constant from the very beginning, and that is this plan has never met the codified German Village guidelines. Never. 2 months ago, we heard Mr. Amir say regarding this proposed development, it doesn't follow every single guideline. It doesn't. And Mr. Berardi, in that same portion of the conversation, said of the area they wish to develop, I think everyone will tell you it's not part of German Village. Both statements were pretty remarkable. The first for its surprising honesty, and the second for its ignorance of what German Village means to people. Our community's historic designation has meant so much to citizens that in 1980, residents along Livingston Avenue, east of Grant and just south of it, successfully petitioned to have their little portion of the old German neighborhood added to German Village as it is defined by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. The city chose to not include that portion in its own definition of German Village, but make no mistake, residents of Livingston Avenue do know and do appreciate historic preservation and protections. As for not following every single guideline, I'd like to read a portion of Article 3116.12 of the Columbus Municipal Code. The approach to an application is not a negotiation. The terms of the guidelines are not negotiable to a give and take solution. It is not a compromise between the guidelines and the proposal. It is an evaluation of compliance with the guidelines, a simple determination of yes or no. And just in case anyone still has misconceived notions about Zone N and its implications for development along Livingston, this is what City Council President Pro Tem Michael Dorans has had to say about that. The process for obtaining a certificate of appropriateness remains as provided for in the code. We're taking this very seriously. This makes it very, very clear, continuing the quote, that those historic district requirements are the very first thing that the development has to meet. I don't know how it could be any clearer. New rules under Zone N have no authority over German Village. South Livingston Avenue, where this development would be built, is definitely within the German Village Historic District. And the Commission's own rules for conducting business state that the approval process for a new structure does not allow for compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Pat Bowers.
Good evening. Name is Pat Bowers. And this review process has been very long. Let me start with the duty of the commissioners, which is to preserve, protect, and enhance the unique architectural and historical features of the German Village Historic District. This is done by ensuring compliance with the written, adopted, and readily available guidelines. These are the law for the review and decision-making by the Commission. Chosen ignorance of the law is not a basis for negotiations during the application process, nor are the guidelines a suggestion. They are the law. Once you give up on the guidelines, you give up German Village. Homeowners go through a detailed review, even for minor changes, to be in compliance with the guidelines. There is not a separate standard for developers, nor should there be. The guidelines are the law for all. We need to support and enforce these guidelines to avoid the damage that is being done to preservation reviews across our country. The current application does not meet our guidelines for massing, scale, proportion, height, design, and materials. It simply overwhelms. There is no compatibility or enhancement to German Village. I ask you to vote no on this application until it is in compliance with the guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Rosalie Goodsell. Rosalie.
This is the scale. This is the north side of Blinkner. This is the south side of Blinkner. And these are the telephone poles, so you can see how they're not in alignment. My name is Rosalie Goodsell, and I reside in German Village. And I own the property directly across from Cedar Square. Iffy, it's okay that you said the community doesn't want this. It's okay because the community understands it's completely out of alignment with the guidelines. You heard us prove it many times. From your comments, you understand what is right. We have submitted a petition seeking an opinion on the project. As of today, we've received over 860 signatures opposing this project's design. Iffy and Karen, you both have recommended various landscape design and materials because you recognize the Cedar Square plan is flawed. This exhaustive process has been one of compromise after another because you're struggling to align a square peg into a round hole. You both have recommended landscape design and materials to ameliorate the lack of pathways, breaks, and setbacks. This is how they maintain their current property now. So what makes us think that they're going to maintain the landscape going forward? I'm sorry, but there's no permanency with these recommendations because the landscape materials have a lifespan, and the plants will not likely survive in the Blinkner Canyon of Darkness. The project design is not consistent with the German Village streetscape, and there are the examples of why. And no one knows Blinkner like I do. I know the guidelines are the guidelines. I know that German Village guidelines would ameliorate the problem a narrow alley can create. So please realign your thinking and vote in opposition to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. There you go. Paul Burke.
My name is Paul Burke. I'm a long-term resident of German Village and have lived through multitudes of Columbus city mayors and city councils. They all have different political views about what they think is best for the city of Columbus. Some of the ideas good, some not so good. What I've noticed from all of them is if something gets in the way of those ideas, they're going to fight it very, very hard. In this case, history needs to be changed. They call it modernization of a historic district, a real oxymoron. And be damned if the architectural guidelines set up in the 1960s to protect our national historic status. Cedar Square, with its huge massing height and architectural disturbances, is threatening the historic integrity of German Village. That is why the village is protected by the architectural guideline. It is the Bible and protects it from the many different mayors and city councils trying to further their own political goals. Sometimes their goals are good, sometimes not. But the guidelines are there to protect. The guidelines are the guidelines. It is clear that the city government is involved in this project. The recent commissioner added to the commission, approved by the mayor and city council, appears to have a mission to speed up the process and obtain approval for the developer. If the German Village Commission has a procedure for neutral behavior of the commissioners, it's clear that it's not being used by the new commissioner. One of the pre-existing commissioners had concerns with the development of the new, and the new commissioner did everything she could to engage and distract her. Some of the concerns of the long-term commissioner were lack of neighborhood support, mass and height, not enough breathing room, length of the building on Brinkner Street with no setbacks. And also the developer has a mindset and unwilling to listen to the community. The developer failed to make good on previously agreed changes. Those are the thoughts of the commissioner. The commissioner had more to say, but the new commissioner successfully diverted her attention to the area she knew she would be distracted. The community does not want the development in its current form. We welcome one that is complementary to the historic neighborhood. The developer believes they have a right to their massive design because they're located on Livingston Avenue, a commercial zone. The early founders of German Village foresaw this and included South Livingston into the village border. They realized the development of such a development as Cedar Square would have a negative overflow effect. Approval of this project will set a precedent and severely hurt the future of German Village. Passage of this project will open a can of worms. We need you to think about it very seriously and vote no. Ask Savannah, Georgia, what nearly happened to them.
3 minutes.
Just one.
It's been 3 minutes.
What National Historic
Mr. Burke.
Values they had changed forward,
Mr. Burke.
and what happened to them?
Been 3
Bad
minutes.
news.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mike Evans, and I'm asking you to vote no on Cedar Square as it's currently proposed. I want to be clear, I am not opposed to development, and I'm not opposed to additional housing in German Village. I support responsible development that respects the character of the neighborhood and follows the standards established for the historic district. My concern is that Cedar Square has simply become too large, too intense for this particular site. We have been discussing this project since 2019. There have been approximately 18 presentations to this commission over 7 years. The proposal has evolved from 42 units to 50 to 92 at one point, now back down to 52. So at some point, we have to ask, have the fundamental concerns actually been resolved? Or have we spent 7 years trying to make an oversized project fit? I believe it's the latter. The current proposal creates 330 feet of development along Blinkner. The street is roughly 7 feet in certain areas of that corridor. This is an extraordinary amount of development being concentrated into a very constrained area. Are there legitimate concerns about traffic congestion and pedestrian safety that this commission doesn't even address? Absolutely. The traffic management review associated with this project identified that improvements along East Blinkner could require additional right-of-way and relocation of the utility poles to support two-way traffic. That should tell us something. If significant infrastructures are necessary to simply accommodate the proposed development, we should be asking whether the scale of this development is appropriate for the site, rather than ask how much more infrastructure can we change to accommodate it. The decision also sets precedent. Tonight's vote isn't just about Cedar Square. It tells residents the historic guidelines in the development standards actually mean. Those standards need to protect the character and the scale of the neighborhood, not become something that can be negotiated away after years of revisions. German Village can and should grow, but growth does not mean that every available space should be developed to the maximum potential. This neighborhood deserves development that fits the site, not a site that has to be fundamentally altered to fit the development. I respectfully ask you to vote no on Cedar Square. Thank you.
Gretchen Moat.
I'm Gretchen Moat. I reside in German Village.
This is Mike.
I'm Gretchen Moat. I reside in German Village. This commission has acknowledged that the German Village guidelines control what alterations can be made to properties in historic German Village. Mr. Emmer has admitted in previous meetings of the commission that the proposed project does not meet the German Village guidelines. Indeed, it exceeds what is permissible in height, density, and massing. Advancing a project that is acknowledged to violate the guidelines required to be followed by governing city codes is a serious problem. Even more serious is a conflict of interest. Mr. Ammer stated at the meeting on August 5th, when trying to obtain an approval vote with a majority of commissioners present, that he had an email by the city attorney that confirmed it would be a majority and not 4 votes needed. In response, the chair of the commission stated he did not have the city attorney here to advise. An attorney advising both a private developer and the Historic Preservation Commission on the same project is a severe conflict of interest under Ohio law. Because historic commissions act in quasi-judicial capacity, similar to a court when evaluating project design and preservation standards, dual representation heavily taints the integrity of the process. It may be subject to review by the Ohio Ethics Commission, rules of professional conduct, and other legal proceedings. The guidelines are not optional. They are required. They are legally required measures to protect the integrity of the investment of the citizens of this city in the historic preservation of German Village. The statutory duties require the Commission to consider applications pursuant to regulations and standards of Chapters 3116 and 3119 of the City Code and the respective Commission's guidelines. Each Commissioner further takes the oath that they will follow the ordinances of the City of Columbus and faithfully, honestly, and impartially discharge the duties of the office of a German Village Commissioner. If the oath is honored, the application at present should be denied and a suitable project that meets the guidelines considered instead. There are 9 parcels in German Village at stake with historic homes on them. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to preserve those historic homes and do the right thing so that a suitable project can be advanced that will preserve the guidelines and uphold the integrity of your duties and this commission. Thank you.
Next speaker, Heidi Renza.
That'll be in part 2.
The one with the measurements of the streets on it.
Maybe that one?
Probably it. That's probably it right there. No, it has it says 20 foot clear on Dixon Hill. Then let's see. Got the garage in it. That's probably everything. Yeah. All right. Thank you. I didn't get sworn in, so
You swear to tell the truth, all truth, and but truth.
I do.
And your name?
Heidi Horenza, 518 South 5th Street. You guys are familiar with me. I've been here before. I thought this opportunity I'd take to just point out some issues that I'm familiar with. If you see on this set of submitted plans for approval, you can see on the left-hand side, it says Dixon Alley and it says 20-foot clear. Now, I live there and I was confused by this because I've measured that alley and with a tape measure, and it wasn't hard because it's that small. And I was like, I know there's not 20 feet there. Now, they have their building set back maybe 2 feet. And so I went and I looked on the county auditor's website to see how are you claiming 20 feet there? And they are claiming 20 feet from property line to property line. It measured 18 feet plus If they're doing a small setback, I was like, okay, maybe they can get to 20 feet. But property line to property line in German Village is not clear. Clear means you can turn in that area. Now, directly adjacent to this garage is a telephone pole with guy wires right here that take up about 4 feet of space in the right of way. There are trash cans running all along here. You can even see there's a little line here, which is probably the actual edge of pavement, which is not what we have here. This is up to the buildings that are on the site. I think this is incredibly ingenuous to say that that's 20-foot clear when it's not clear. There are landscaping materials, there's trees, there's telephone poles, there's trash cans, and folks are not going to be able to enter those garages in that turning radius. And I know because I live there. This is just one example on these plans where we're trying to pack a lot of development into this site. And as I used to say, it's like, it isn't required. This is an ask, but this doesn't meet the character of the neighborhood. It doesn't meet the needs of the neighborhood, and it certainly doesn't, I'm speaking extemporaneously here, this just shows the example of how we're trying to put, and I'm going to use the term, it's not good, but 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag. And when you have to fudge your numbers like this, it means that you're trying too hard to fit something onto a site. And if you end up approving this, I'm going to ask respectfully that if this goes through, that it has to come back if these things have to change, because they can't get their turning radius approved by the city of Columbus. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Monica Haskell.
With me, just learned I was doing this today.
Sure.
So not the best public speaker,
I
but
think you came in after we saw everybody in, so if you'll just raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and the truth?
yes.
And your name?
Monica Haskell.
Thank you.
Okay.
And can you speak into the microphone?
I'm so
It's
tall.
wireless, you can pick it up.
I can hold it. Okay, great. I'm just so tall.
Yeah.
Oh, fair. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, so I'm Monica Haskell. I quite literally live like right where this is going to be built. It's 231 East Blankner Street. So directly across from one side of this development. Just moved here actually from Tennessee. And I did a lot of research to try and find a neighborhood that I thought I would really thrive and love, and that was German Village. So I just wanted to say a personal statement, all from my own thoughts and all of that. So you have already heard so many facts and measurements. I just wanted to talk about how it might feel for somebody like me to live quite literally right next to this development. So my home isn't just where I sleep, it is also where I work every day. I work from home. I have been since before COVID. It's just what I need to be the most productive and the best member of my company. And so because I work from home, I'm not just simply passing construction on my commute or when I go through a walk. You know, in the evening, I would live inside of it. There would be demolition machinery, trucks, alarms, construction workers for hours each day. I can't imagine having to work through that. I know construction is temporary, but temporary feels different when it enters your home every morning, and you don't know whether it's going to last for months or years. You don't know when there's going to be a big crash or, you know, all these different noises. The application that I read didn't give a clear timeline or any real understanding of how this would affect our daily lives. And even when the construction finally ends, The effects will not just simply disappear. I will look out my home and there's going to be a massive 3-story building of brick. I think pretty much blocking all the natural sunlight that I get, which is one of the reasons I love this apartment, because I need natural light. I work from home every day, and for that to suddenly be gone, that would be very sad. That would make it very hard to live there. But beyond that, the additional traffic, deliveries, moving trucks, mechanical noise, the rooftop activity. I mean, there's going to be 52 units, I think. That's a lot of people, a rooftop, parties, I don't know. So I chose to live in German Village because it feels personal, it feels human, there's character, there's history. I love that. It's homes, gardens, the narrow streets, the cobblestone, the beautiful nature, the people. I love the people. But this proposal feels less like a building joining that neighborhood and more like a neighborhood being asked to make room for something to overwhelm it. So yes, that's what I ask you not to consider the proposal in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker slip, Michael Gallagher.
Good evening. My name is Michael Gallagher. I want to briefly address 2 issues regarding Cedar Square proposal. First, an update on the community petition. It's just before this meeting, the change.org petition asking the commission not to approve Cedar Square in its current form has 864 signatures. We began gathering signatures just over 2 weeks ago. I submitted the petition with 840 signatures this morning, collected as of 10 o'clock this morning, and sent it to the commission. I want to provide the current number tonight so the commission understands how both the breadth of the community's concern and how quickly that concern has been expressed. I would like to ask everybody in this room who is against this proposal to stand. We began gathering signatures. Okay, excuse me. Secondly, I want to return to my concern about height, massing, and scale in precedent. Throughout this process, I've expressed concerns that approving Cedar Square in its current form will establish an important precedent for future development in German Village. The German Village guidelines are not merely advisory. They are codified standards intended to guide both applicants and the commission. If the commission believes that the development of this height, mass, and scale conforms with the guidelines, then that interpretation will inevitably influence future applications. Future applicants will reasonably point to Cedar Square and ask why comparable height, massing, and scale should not be permitted on their properties. But I would take that concern one step further. If the commission believes this project should be approved despite elements that would otherwise be inconsistent with the guidelines, then I believe it raises a larger question about the guidelines themselves. The guidelines should be amended to clearly express where, when, and under what circumstances development of this height, mass, and scale are appropriate within German Village District. It is important for property owners, it is important for developers, it is important for city staff, and it is important for future commissions. Otherwise, we are effectively changing the guidelines through the approval of an individual project rather than through the deliberate and transparent amendment of the standards themselves. Cedar Square is one project, but the interpretations established by Commission's decision tonight could remain with German Village for many years. I respectfully ask the Commission to consider not only whether it's prepared to approve this building, but whether it's prepared for this building to become the standard that future applicants point to when they're asking German Village guidelines allow. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's all the public speakers.
Hold on, Chair Hartke. I did get slipped a note that somebody was requesting to check the German Village Commission email and to read an email. And I do have to apologize. We are unable to access the German Village Commission email from this desktop. And I am also going to transition into the German Village Commissioners were forwarded a number of communications that members of the public sent in through email as well.
Yes, we received letters from Sean Brown, Tom Willoughby, Claire Sabalos, Anson Berry, Corbin Qualls, Connie Johnson, the petitions from Mr. Gallagher. A few were for and a few were against. With that, is there anything you want to address from the public comments?
Yes, we would. We'd first like to thank and applaud the residents for their continued involvement. The design we have here today is hardly our own. It's influenced by everybody in this room. There's been very, very major redesigns to this project based on all the conversations we've had with the residents, all the long nights after the meeting, staying till midnight, listening and hearing to the residents' concern, the many presentations we had at the society, and some of those very major elements made their way into the project, such as access and traffic on Blankner. There was a concern, so we removed all curb cuts on Blankner have been removed based on that concern, and that Blankner was not wide enough. So we set the building back and amended, made better the situation that's there with the existing office building. Lot coverage and footprint, that's been dramatically reduced as well. We retained the parking lot next to Bendy and dramatically reduced that lot coverage component. Certainly the big obvious one is taking 4 stories down to 3. All of these which require, again, major redesign, a lot of work from George and his team. Landscaping had been a topic for a long time by the commissioners and the residents, and even went so far as to improve our parking situation, which is not under the scope of the commission. So, and that was a very large concern of the residents. So, we appreciate everyone's input. We really do. We can't check off every single desire as they've mentioned here this evening, but I think there's at least some merit to be had of just how far we've went to incorporate some pretty major design elements into this project.
All right, we'll open up to questions, comments from the commission. I've got a lengthy report of my findings that I can read, unless another commissioner would like to speak first.
I should go first.
I'll go first.
Actually, I have one question.
Sure.
The photograph that Rosalie showed about maintenance of your current properties, do you have any feedback on that?
Please use the microphone.
I'm sorry, you're right. Thank you. The photograph that Rosalie showed about maintenance on your current projects, the trees picture, could you have any comments on that?
It was too small to tell. The ivy that was.
I couldn't tell what it was either, but I just wanted to know if you had a chance to see it and could.
I
Yeah, I can speak to that. We completely restored, we put over $1 million in restoration on all the buildings, changed all the windows. We restored the entire building back to the original. And we have included landscaping in there. We have upkept the landscaping.
The only point that Rosalie made, which I'm trying to get an answer for, is in prior sessions, you guys have said you would maintain the landscaping as we talked about it. And I'm interested in the reaction to that photo.
Yes, we will.
Okay, but
Are you asking us to address her picture?
yeah, well, just given.
I'd love to look at it.
That'd be great. Give us a response on it because I want to know if this is unusual.
That's the front. Show the back.
Is that your building?
Is that ours or is that across from the other person?
Graffiti on the fence.
Picked up homeless club.
Well, if you look at all the trees that go into our property.
This is-
That's not our property, Rosalie. That's the one small tiny.
And that's a public tree. Yeah, that's the public trees out there.
So the response is it's not your property.
We can maintain the property.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Even residents of the property will continue to maintain it. This is a substantial investment into German Village, and we continue to be part of
This is not a back and forth. Thank you. All right. I think the community is entitled to my backing of the statements I've made in the past. There's the comments of what do the guidelines say? How do we apply the guidelines? So I have a thorough report from my perspective of how I believe the guidelines apply to this project and where it may or may not meet those guidelines and what can be done to address that. So out of the gate, this is a substantial redevelopment within the German Village Historic District. The question is not whether the proposal resembles a typical 19th century German village house. It plainly does not. The question is whether a larger contemporary development can be incorporated into the setting without overwhelming or diminishing the significant historic and architectural character of the district. Columbus City Code 311.119.01 identifies both preservation and compatible redevelopment as purposes of historic district review, including redevelopment of undeveloped land and parcels containing non-contributing structures. Section 319.05 requires the commission to preserve, protect, enhance the district and to evaluate applications under chapters 3116 and 119 and may adopt the German Village guidelines. Section 3119.27, as the speaker had previously stated, does describe the typical German Village architectural characteristics that characterizes the district scale and relationships as intimate and identifies a typical house as approximately 16 to 18 feet wide and 30 to 40 feet deep. It also requires construction to be compatible with the German Village Guidelines, Chapter 3116, and the Secretary of Interior standards. The German Village Guidelines likewise recognize German Village as both historic and contemporary. They describe the commission as managing the neighborhood's continuing evolution and development, contain relatively few outright prohibitions, and it encourages the creative approaches to design. It states that preservation, rehabilitation, and new construction can occur without diminishing historic characteristics. That's Guidelines page 2 and page 30. These findings therefore consider the actual history of this block, the differing characters of Livingston and Blankner, and the proposal response to the standards for new construction. So this block historically, the development pattern changes over time. The block bounded by Livingston Avenue, South 6th Street, Blankner, and Dixon Alley originated from two 19th century subdivisions with different lot dimensions and alley configurations. The western portion, which is lots 19 and 20, Samuel Parsons Addition, were each approximately 32 feet wide. The eastern portion, which is lots 1 through 5 of Bryden's Addition, were approximately 50 feet wide. Cedar Alley, which is a approximately 12.5 foot wide alley, originally ran northwards up to Livingston between Bryden's lots 2 and 3. Blankner itself developed as an alley rather than a conventional street. Looking back at the original platting documents, it was 18 feet wide in Parsons Addition, all the way from Lozelle clear to where we see that jog on the current property. And then Parsons Addition, or Bryden's Addition, made it 15 feet wide. That's where we have 18 to 15 discrepancy. The large building that's there currently, which the commission has reviewed in the past, identifies as having lost any historic designation due to changes before the commission even existed. That actually encroaches into the alley about 3 or so feet, which is what's giving that pinch point. The properties along the south of the alley encroach as well in certain respects, which further constrains that. Although Bryden plots, the 5 plots to the east, were 50 foot wide, much of it developed at a finer grain. The two structures often occupied the same original 50-foot lot width side by side, which eventually produced 25-foot wide parcels. That's how we got to the parcels we have today. Lots 1 and 5 are exceptions. Lot 1 is the very large structure. Lot 5 is the bendy parking lot and bendy structure. Originally, next to bendy was a double wide flat or apartment building. So apartments were part of this development pattern historically. The historic pattern across this development area was not uniform. You had narrow individual building sites, predominated portions of the block. We had larger footprints. We had multifamily forms. There was a church there at a certain point. The original pattern also changed over time. Cedar Alley was vacated in 1971, and construction between 259 and 265 Livingston crossed that former right-of-way, therefore blocking that from ever coming back in the future. A structure was actually torn down to make that connection. Alley vacations happened also along Livingston and other areas, both east and west of this property. That is a typical change that's happened over the years. The Livingston frontage has changed substantially since the early preservation period. Of the 11 structures present along Livingston in 1961, 4 have since been demolished. 2 historic structures were connected through later infill, and another, the large one, altered so significantly it was determined to be non-contributing anymore. The Livingston streetscape therefore retains important historic buildings, but the entirety of that development pattern is no longer intact. Change has been even greater on the Blankner side of the property. The historic single-family dwelling and accessory building pattern across the alley is completely gone. It's no longer there. All that said, it does not remove the requirement for compatible new construction. It does mean that compatibility should be measured against the significant historic characteristics that do remain, rather than against former site arrangements that no longer exist. Livingston and Blankner presented different historic conditions. Livingston was predominantly 2 stories. It included, like I said, stores, apartments, dwellings, institutional uses. That mixture is consistent with the mixed-use character. The south side of Blankner was predominantly residential. It did and does include single, double, and triple dwellings, generally 2 stories in height. There's, I think, 1 or 2 one-stories in there as well. The more consistent characteristic of Blankner was therefore not one particular building type, but a relatively fine-grained rhythm of individual buildings of modest apparent scale. Focusing on the Livingston Avenue context within the preservation history, Livingston occupies a distinct but integral place in German Village. The guidelines identify that the vicinity of 3rd Street, City Park, and Livingston are areas of both residential and business development. They also explain that German Village developed before modern zoning. They produce commercial uses interspersed throughout the residences. That's typical of the district. The distinction remained visible during the preservation era. When residential rezoning was pursued in 1972, the commercial area along Livingston Avenue was excluded, which is the guidelines page 8 and 9. This does not establish a lesser preservation standard. It means Livingston should be evaluated against the historic character. The guidelines also recognize neighborhood commercial buildings as part of the village's character. It describes commercial buildings as generally 2 or 3 stories, frequently larger than adjoining residential structures, and integrated into the streetscape through upper floor architecture. They recognize historic row houses as multifamily buildings characterized by repeating openings and flat or nearly flat roofs. That's guidelines page 12. In the 1960s, the planning department created a report called the German Village, a Critique, and that is useful to understand the origins of architectural control. It did not define German Village through one architectural style or any story count. It emphasized the cumulative relationship of street pattern, lot sizes, building siting, scale, shape, material, setback, yards, and architectural details. All of that became part of the guidelines. That approach anticipates the compatibility analysis, which is now contained in Chapter 3116. During the late 70s to 1980, there was discussions about expansion. The commission developed criteria distinguishing characteristics of conforming and those considered compatible. The Department of Development found that the expansion area, which if you look at the National Register nomination, that expanded outside of the current local district designation. There's been a lot of work done in that area, which potentially is problematic in terms of the National Register nomination. So for anybody who is worried about what this property could do, if we're not thinking about the larger context, you'd be looking at that. What is stated in that report was that the key piece is that the brick structures was about 65% of the district. That is not 100%. There's a mix of materials, and I'll talk about materials when I get to the materials section. German Village contains historic and later examples of buildings and developments that are larger than typical individual dwellings. They provide context but not precedent. The guidelines themselves caution against relying on precedent, and it directs the commission to evaluate each project independently in relation to its particular building, site, street, and neighborhood. Guidelines, page 25. So any concerns about taking one development and making a precedent, our guidelines specifically state that that is not the case. Across German Village, there's a historic multi-unit development on Lozelle Street between Willow and Sycamore, which is two segments approximately 125 and 90 feet long apiece with a small gap in the middle. Despite their size, the residential components keep the buildings visually subdivided. There's a Whittier Street development between South 5th and Purdy, approximately 115 feet long, and uses the central passageway on the first floor and corner elements to organize its longer form, using architectural features to bring that mass back down to scale. There's several two-story double roof on Blankner and Lozelle. The guidelines recognize row houses and multifamily buildings with repeated window, repeated door, and repeated porch patterns, and flat or nearly invisible roofs. The guidelines also recognize commercial buildings that may be larger than nearby residences. That's guidelines, page 12. Later contextual examples include Schmidhoff condos, 6th and Lear and Beck Place, 369 East Livingston, and 430 South 3rd. These developments use different approaches to achieve greater scale. They use repeated architectural elements, recessed upper floors, internal courtyards and parking, or different responses to different street frontages. Their relevance is limited but useful. Gross length and nominal story count alone do not define apparent scale. The Livingston streetscape of this property, it warrants a separate analysis than the Blankner streetscape. Section 3016.12L requires facade-specific compatibility review. 3016.12M broadly requires consideration of relationships to structures in the immediate neighborhood. The Livingston infill is physically distinct from the larger multifamily building occupying the rear portions or proposed for rear portions along Blankner 6 and Dixon. The two portions address historically different streetscape conditions. The guidelines direct the commission to consider how a building or site relates to its particular street and neighborhood. This proposal retains the parking opening on Livingston adjacent to the historic Bendy structure, and therefore does not create a continuous new Livingston street wall. The principal new Livingston construction occurs further west at the site of the substantially altered non-contributing building approved for demolition. That infill includes a two-story brick and stone storefront element with a recessed third floor and adjoining approximately 2.5-story framed element. This responds to Livingston's historically mixed use and predominantly two-story character, guidelines page 6 through 9 and 12. Its storefront expression also draws upon a recognized historic German Village building type, guidelines page 82 and 83. The larger multifamily building will remain visible through existing openings in the Livingston frontage. This is a perceptible change, but is materially different from placing a continuous 3-story facade directly on Livingston. The larger mass remains behind the street frontage and reads principally as a secondary background condition. I find the direct effect on Livingston generally compatible. The surviving historic frontage remains substantially intact. The principal new construction responds to Livingston through its scale, its storefront character, its masonry, stone, and the other piece being a board and batten material. It's got a recessed upper level, and the larger multifamily building remains secondary to the Livingston street wall. This is consistent with the guidelines approach to new construction, which emphasizes compatibility through massing, proportions, materials, and details, rather than duplication of historic architecture. Guidelines page 100 through 108. The Blankner streetscape. Blankner presents the more consequential compatibility question because the larger multifamily building becomes the principal architectural presence on the north side of the street. The surviving context opposite the project is predominantly residential and historically fine-grained. At the same time, most of the historic building fabric on the project side of Blankner is already disappeared. It has all disappeared. The proposed building is substantially greater in overall length and mass than the individual historic buildings characteristic of this streetscape. The question, therefore, is not whether that difference exists, because it does. The question is whether the design sufficiently moderates its apparent scale, height, rhythm, and architectural expression to remain compatible. The principal new building considerations addressed by the guidelines, discussion of scale, proportion, rhythm, massing, height, and roof form, which is guidelines page 102 to 108. So detailed item by item guideline sections for Blankner. The applicable new construction standard. So 3016.12a states that new structures should look new while using contemporary design elements related to surrounding contributing properties. Height, width, mass, and proportion are expressly identified as compatibility considerations. The German Village Guidelines call for compatible yet contemporary new construction rather than imitation. They direct applicants to use historic architectural design concepts as a guide while avoiding literal replication, and organize new building review principally around massing, materials, and details. Guidelines page 100 to 102. The National Park Service, NPS, follows the same general principle. Relating new construction should be compatible in massing, size, scale, and design, while remaining distinguishable from historic construction. It also states that there is no single formula or prescribed design solution for compatible new construction. That's part of the National Preservation Standards, page 26. Context, siting, and multiple frontages. The larger multifamily building must be evaluated in relation to Blankner and, where applicable, South 6th Street and Dixon Alley. City Code section 3016.12L requires compatibility standards to be applied to each facade of a structure having frontage on more than one street or alley. Section 3016.12M requires consideration of its relationship to the immediate neighborhood. That does not require identical treatment on every elevation. Blankner, 6th, and Dixon differ in width, differ in orientation, differ in use, and differ in their surviving characters. The guidelines similarly direct consideration of the individual project relationship to its street and neighborhood, and in their building site discussion, instruct applicants to look beyond the individual lot to the surrounding context. Guidelines page 25, 102 to 105, and 114. The existing large building that's slated to be demolished is encroaching several feet into the approximately 15-foot wide Blankner right-of-way. The proposal, as submitted, removes the encroachment and places the new building within the legal property boundaries. Because much of the historic fabric on the project side of Blankner has disappeared, compatibility is more appropriately measured through setback, spacing, apparent scale, massing, rhythm, opening, and materials than through reconstruction of a former lot-by-lot pattern. The massing, scale, proportion, and facade division. The massing is the principal design issue presented by the Blankner elevation. Section 3016.c or .12c requires physical size and scale to remain compatible without overwhelming contributing properties. Section 3016.12d specifically requires a long facade in a setting of narrow structures to be divided into smaller bays. Section 3016.12f expressly recognizes variation of mass in a large development project. The German Village Guidelines likewise identify massing as the most important element of new construction design. They recognize that a larger building can appear more compatible when broken down into elements related to surrounding building widths and vertical divisions, and changes in wall plane can reduce an excessively horizontal appearance. That's Guidelines page 102 to 104. Cedar Square is unquestionably much longer and greater in total mass than an individual historic residence along Blankner. Its elevation, however, does not express that length as one wall plane. It's divided into apparent facade modules, each measuring approximately 13.5 to 22 feet wide, with most of them approximately 14.5 feet wide. Section 3019.27 describes a typical German village house as approximately 16 to 18 feet wide and describes the district scale and relationships as intimate. The comparison is relevant to apparent scale. It is not a numerical compatibility test and does not make each module an independent historic building. The divisions are reinforced by projections and recesses, vertically grouped openings, entrances, materiality changes, architectural compositions, and the roofline treatments. These measures do not eliminate the building's actual length. They prevent that length from being expressed as one uninterrupted wall, the specific condition that City Code Section 3016.12d addresses. National Park Services provides a close analogous principle, its rehabilitation guidance recognizes that larger additions or related infill in a densely built historic setting may sometimes be accommodated by breaking facades into smaller elements related to surrounding historic scale. Because that guidance arises in the context of additions and related new constructions, I do not treat that as an independent rule for this project. It reinforces, however, the same principle directly established by the Code and Guidelines, National Park Services, page 162. I find the total mass substantially larger than the historic individual building pattern, but the facade articulation responds directly to the compatibility techniques established by the governing standards. Height. Section 316.12c requires height as reviewed from the street to be compatible with adjacent contributing properties and expressly allows upper level setbacks. The German Village Guidelines likewise direct consideration of adjacent buildings in the range of building heights in the surrounding area and recommend that new construction not exceed the average height of the surrounding structures. Guidelines, page 107 to 108. The proposed Blankner building is 3 stories. That's undoubtedly a statement of fact. While most documented residential buildings directly opposite historically range from 1 to 2 stories. The bulk of them on Blankner are 2. The proposal therefore carries greater height across a much longer frontage than was historically typical. This is the strongest point of tension in this proposal. The immediate context is not exclusively limited to 2 stories or less. A historic 3-story flats building, which is the historic term for apartment building, survives nearby on 6th Street, 2 structures south of Blankner. Right now, it's a single-family house, but it was a 3-floor apartment. The historic building at Livingston and 6th on the southeast corner of Livingston also presents an effective 3-level composition through its upper story roof, the triptych that the applicants had provided as a jumping off point. The applicant has stepped back the 3rd floor at the east and west ends of Blankner along the 6th and Dixon elevations. This is a technique expressly contemplated by City Code Section 301.12c. Those setbacks mitigate the apparent height at important viewpoints. They don't eliminate it at all, but they mitigate. Along portions of central Blankner, the full 3-story condition remains visible. I therefore find height to be a genuine compatibility concern, but one that must be evaluated together with massing, facade divisions, setbacks, roof form, and apparent scale, as opposed to an isolated story count test. The openings, rhythms, entrances, and projections. I'm going through item by item from the guidelines here. Section 316.12 of City Code addresses the proportions of the openings, the rhythms of solids and voids, and the relationship of entrances and projections to the street. The guidelines similarly identify the rhythm of window and door openings as an important component of compatibility and direct new construction to contribute to surrounding rhythms without simply duplicating them. Guidelines, page 104 and 107 to 108. The Blankner elevation uses repeated vertically proportioned openings rather than broad, uninterrupted glazing or solid walls. Those openings reinforce the vertical subdivisions established by the massing. Section 319.27 identifies vertical window proportions and simple facade composition as typical German Village characteristics. I find the overall opening pattern and the rhythm compatible with these principles, subject to final door and window specifications. The roof forms. Section 316.12.I identifies roof shape as a major visual element. The guidelines recognize gable roofs as most common, with hip and pyramidal roofs also frequent. But the guidance specifically notes that many historic commercial buildings and row houses have flat or nearly invisible roofs. Guidelines, page 105 and 108. The immediate area likewise contains a mix of pitched, flat, low slope, and more complex roof forms. The historic 3-level building at Livingston and 6th, the southeast corner of Livingston, is particularly relevant. Its upper level uses a mansard-like composition with prominent gabled ends and serve as one of the applicant's design references. Behind that mansard roof is a 3rd floor hidden by that mansard roof. 2 portions of the Blankner facade interpret that 3-part or triptych, as it was called, composition without copying the historic building directly. Roof form also affects apparent height. A contextual example at 369 East Livingston, further down Livingston, illustrates this exactly. Although nominally 2.5 stories. Its substantial longitudinal gable rises considerably among the street-facing cross gables, producing a much greater apparent height, more equivalent to a 3.5-story roofline. A pitched roof, therefore, is not inherently a mass reduction device. Over a building of Cedar Square depth and length, a substantial continuous ridge would increase rather than reduce the apparent height. I find the restrained principled roofline combined with selected gabled elements a reasonable response to the project scale and the surrounding roof context. Guidelines page 105 and 108. On the materials, the texture, and the color, Section 3116.12H requires materials, textures, and colors to relate to adjacent and visually related structures. Section 3119.12.N states that where brick predominates, new construction, quote, shall be of brick. Brick predominates in the relevant context. The guidelines, nevertheless, recognize both masonry and frame construction as part of German Village architectural vocabulary. Their citing discussion documents several historic siding types and recognizes artificial siding as an acceptable treatment for new construction or additions, subject to appropriate widths and configurations. Guidelines, page 44 to 46. The later artificial siding amendments more specifically state that artificial siding may be considered for new construction and establish criteria for evaluating it. The 2005 amendments, page 174 to 175. I read those two provisions together. Brick should remain the defining material expression where brick predominates, while limited siding may function as a subordinate material where its placement and detailing are compatible. The immediate context around this property includes a sided double property directly across on Blankner, on the south side of Blankner, a substantially sided secondary portion at the northwest corner of Dixon and Blankner, an additional frame or siding buildings on nearby 5th and Jackson Streets. If you go out to the 1,000-foot perimeter that the guidelines state, you'll find many more frame structures. This proposal maintains brick as a principal material on the 6th Blankner and Dixon elevation. Siding is concentrated in the recessions, the secondary and rear-facing portions, and generally corresponds to the building's architectural subdivisions. The greater use of siding towards the rear side, the side that actually looks towards Livingston, is consistent with an observable district pattern of framed or sided secondary additions behind principally masonry structures. That is contextual evidence, not an exception to 3116.12N. The guidelines further direct new construction to consider the relationship of materials, textures, and colors within the immediate block and surrounding context. Guidelines page 106. I find a mixed masonry siding composition as proposed to be potentially compatible, provided brick remains the defining expression and the final siding product, exposure, profile, trim, color, and detailing satisfy the applicable guidelines. Lot coverage, parking, site improvements, and the public realm. This proposal differs from the traditional individual residential lot pattern described in the guidelines, with a primary residence toward the street, accessory structures toward the rear, and open yard between them, which the guidelines state on page 104 to 105. That remains relevant, but the project site no longer retains an intact version of that arrangement. Buildings, partial relationships, the circulation patterns have all changed substantially, and portions of the site have long functioned as parking or service areas. Cedar Square accommodates its principal parking within the belly of the development, rather than through a large new surface lot visible from Livingston or Blankner. That follows the general approach used by the other large contemporary developments discussed previously, which tend to internalize parking and subordinate it to the public streetscape. The centralized parking area is accessed from 6th Street and only 6th Street, with a limited number, 3, dedicated single-car garages facing Dixon Alley and the mechanical room garage there as well. This puts the majority of the traffic, aside from those 3 residences and the service trucks, on 6th Street, not on Blankner, as many folks have identified. The guidelines generally contemplate detached garages for individual residences located towards the rear and preferably accessed from alleys. Guidelines page 106 and 109. Per the guidelines, if we read that strictly, then the garage entrance should be off of Blankner, which we all know is not appropriate or should not be done. These provisions of the detached car garages remain useful for their principal structures of subordination, location, and visibility, but they are not reasonably applied literally to structured parking within a multifamily building. The more relevant preservation question is whether vehicular access and garage openings remain subordinate to the architecture and the streetscape. The guidelines also address walks, driveways, patios, and parking areas. They explain that the historic German village contained relatively few driveways and recommended that curb cuts be avoided whenever possible, with alleys preferred for access to the rear parking or garages. Guidelines page 122 to 123. The later amendments similarly state that new curb cuts are inappropriate when they disrupt historic streetscape and street rhythm, and direct consideration of such factors as alley access, on-street parking, pedestrian flow, and existing historic fabric. That's the 05 amendments, page 175. The proposed 6th Street access generally uses the existing curb cut, serving the current surface parking lot. It therefore does not introduce any new vehicular break into the streetscape. Along Dixon Alley, the existing condition is a surface parking lot bordered by a non-historic asphalt curb. There is no on-street parking on Dixon to be displaced, and alley access itself is consistent with the guidelines preferred location for the parking access for these private garages. Subject to satisfactory final apron and pedestrian details, I find neither access condition to create the type of intrusion the curb cut provisions principally seek to prevent. Current zoning no longer requires the level of off-street parking contemplated by the older guidelines. That fact does not establish architectural appropriateness, however. Its relevance is simply that the project nevertheless accommodates substantial parking internally rather than introducing a large new surface lot into the streetscape. The guidelines' broader site planning principle is that the building and the site should complement each other, and the proposed site changes should be evaluated in relation to the immediate neighborhood. Guidelines, page 114. Blankner contains no conventional sidewalks anywhere between Lozelle and Grant, the entire length. That condition is not created by Cedar Square. The proposal also removes an existing project site encroachment into the Blankner right-of-way. The existing utility poles and encroachments associated with other properties remain outside of this applicant's direct control. Section 3016.13 requires parking, landscaping, utility and service areas, walkways, and similar site improvements to be compatible with the subject building, adjacent contributing properties, open spaces, and the surrounding environment. The commission should therefore evaluate the applicant's own parking access, their own landscaping, walkway screening, lighting, service areas, and related site improvements, while distinguishing those matters from pre-existing public and third-party conditions. Do I agree that the poles should be where they're at? No. Can I compel the client to take city action on their own behalf? No. There's other city departments who need to be taking action for those things if they need to be changed for access and safety. The architectural character and contemporary expression. Section 3016.12a directs that new buildings should look new while using contemporary design elements related to surrounding contributing properties. The guidelines likewise state that new buildings should be compatible but contemporary. It should use historic architectural concepts rather than simply copy historic designs. The guidelines, page 102 to 102, 100 to 102. National Park Service similarly provides that related new construction may be traditional, contemporary, or a simplified interpretation of historic architecture, but must maintain a balance between differentiation and compatibility. Park Services, page 26. Cedar Square uses recognizable German village characteristics: narrow vertical compositions, vertically proportioned openings, masonry and frame expressions, restrained detailing and defined architectural groupings, without reproducing a specific 19th century building. Its historic references are interpretive. For example, the 3-level historic building at Livingston and 6th informed 2 3-part compositions on the Blankner facade, the triptychs. The proposal borrows the organizing principle of a central element flanked by related gable forms without copying its details. I find that approach consistent with contemporary but compatible new construction. Guidelines, page 100, 102. My overall findings on Blankner: the proposed Blankner building is a substantially larger in footprint, length, and combined 3-story mass than the individual residential buildings historically typical of the immediate streetscape. That difference remains significant. The governing standards, however, expressly address long facades and large development projects and provide methods for moderating their apparent scale. The guidelines similarly address scale, proportion, facade rhythm, massing, building height, roof form, materials as interrelated aspects of new building compatibility, not independent aspects of compatibility. Guidelines page 102 to 108. Cedar Square employs those methods through narrow apparent facade modules, actual changes in wall plane, vertical organized openings, architectural groupings, upper level setbacks, roof treatment, and material transitions. These measures do not recreate the historic development pattern or make the project equivalent to a collection of individual houses. They do respond directly to the compatibility techniques established by the code, city code, and the guidelines. Cedar Square is substantially larger in footprint, yes. Length and combined 3-story mass than individual residential buildings historically typical of the immediate Blankner context. That difference is real and represents the principal area of tension under the applicable height, scale, and massing standards. The historic record also demonstrates that the project site no longer retains an intact or uniform historic building pattern. It retains a few historic buildings, but not the building pattern. The block development from different subdivisions and lot dimensions have subsequently experienced demolition, changes in circulation and partial relationships, construction across former rights-of-way, and the loss of nearly all historic building fabric on the Blankner side. The question is therefore not whether Cedar Square recreates a former site arrangement, is whether the proposal maintains a compatible relationship with the significant architectural and spatial characteristics that remain. I find the Livingston condition generally compatible. The principal new infill is physically distinct from the larger multifamily building in response to Livingston's historically mixed-use character through its scale, placement, storefront expression, materials, and recessed upper level. The larger building remains principally a secondary background mass from Livingston. Blankner presents the more difficult question. The building's 3-story height and overall mass exceed the individual historic building pattern, but its design responds substantially to the methods contemplated by the governing standards for moderating larger development in the guidelines, page 102 to 108. The facade is divided into narrow apparent modules. Wall planes project and recede. Openings reinforce the vertical rhythms. Upper levels are set back at important end conditions. Brick remains the principal material expression, and the roof and material changes reinforce the architectural subdivisions. These measures do not make Cedar Square equivalent to a series of historic row houses. They materially reduce the apparent scale of a substantially larger contemporary building. Height remains the proposal's strongest point of tension. The full 3-story condition remains visible along portions of Blankner, and the upper level setbacks mitigate but do not eliminate that difference. Nevertheless, I find the height must be considered together with massing, facade articulation, rhythm, openings, roof form, materials, siting, and the building's relationship to the streetscape rather than an isolated story count test. I therefore find the proposal presents genuine tension in height and overall mass, but considered as a whole and subject to the final material opening, parking access, and site detail determinations discussed above, it responds sufficiently to the applicable compatibility standards to support issuance of a certificate of appropriateness. The governing question is not whether Cedar Square resembles a typical historic German village house or reproduces the historic pattern. The guidelines themselves contemplate new buildings that are compatible yet contemporary rather than imitative. The question is whether contemporary development of a greater scale can be incorporated without overwhelming or diminishing the significant character of its historic setting. In my assessment, this proposal satisfies that standard. And that's how I came to my conclusion and why I vote in favor of this application. Told you it was long. Other commissioners, make your cases.
That was very long. Thank you. Thank you for the analysis.
No, yeah, if you want to go, who would like to go next?
I really appreciate the
It was very thorough.
historical rundown. I think that was really informative. I I don't have a long list like you, but I do have a few points, I guess.
Can you get closer, Effie?
Yeah, I do have a few points, I guess, that I want to make. I guess I'm still concerned on the Blankner side. I feel like the updates since July, from July to now, it hasn't been very substantial, and that site still reads out of scale in terms of massing and, or in terms of massing and scale, I guess. I noticed that you guys added a shed roof dormer on that side. I feel like those elements typically are on the side elevation, not the front. It just seems kind of strange to me, like you have those shed roof dormer along Blankner side. It to me, it doesn't seem, it seems kind of out of place again. I again reiterate what I said in the previous meetings. I'm okay with the height of the development. Appreciate, you know, all the updates that you guys have come along. But again, the Blankner side, I don't see a lot of updates, and it was a little bit disappointing.
If I may,
Mhm.
the notes we recollected from the last time you were here in July, I believe we collectively synthesized those to wanting deeper recesses within the hyphens. I think that was one of the key ones, to which we did by almost upwards of 3 feet, right?
4 feet 9 inches.
Right. So we deepened the,
Side?
yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, if you'd like to pull up, there's a site plan even that,
You go to A34. There are a number of them that vary anywhere from 2.6 to 4.9 to 3.0, and 4.9. So they, wherever the recesses occurred before, where it was flat, planar, now they're actually recessed quite a bit.
right.
Zoom in on that south facade. There you go.
It's on sheet 834. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, right there. Just needs to zoom in. So we deepened those quite a bit, almost double or tripled what they were before, to the furthest extent possible. And I think that was further ameliorated by the suggestion to add the columnar trees in between them, which I found to be a really successful suggestion. I believe, I don't want to put words in your mouth as well, but the landscaping was tied into that. That observation was not only can the recesses be deeper and feel like they're pathways, but can the landscaping do that as well? I might have you scroll down to maybe a rendering or something, or an elevation that shows those columnar trees. I thought that was a great suggestion. So not only are they deeper, but you do get those columnar trees, and really you'll have that experience of feeling as though all those the planes that are closer to you read as all completely separate buildings. So those were the notes we believed we responded to specifically from you, Commissioner Yin. We thought they turned out well.
I would just like to say that I definitely appreciate the passion of all the German Village residents that have come out to speak for or against this proposal, mostly against. And the one thing that I think I want to reiterate is the fact that as German Village commissioners, we have to interpret this project based on the guidelines. We have to stay removed from the emotion of it and strictly interpret how those guidelines are met with this development. I think Anthony went through and highlighted how that happens. It's not an isolated element that you interpret, it's the collective of the whole. And as a commissioner, as much as, I mean, I live 2 blocks from this development on 6th Street. I have to have on-street parking because I do not have a garage. I will be affected by this potentially, but I am bound as a commissioner to apply the guidelines. And in applying those guidelines and looking at everything,
I have to say that I stand in approval of the project. And let me add one more thing. The difficult thing is the state of our existing guidelines, because our existing guidelines do not well address new development. We have guidelines that are very geared to evaluating residential properties. They are very detailed. When it comes to evaluating new development, we do not have a lot to stand on. And I would suggest that our guidelines need to be brought up to date for us to be able to deal with these types of issues. Unfortunately, they are not. That's it for me.
Especially on multifamily
Yes,
new
yes,
development,
especially
because that's not
multifamily.
historical pattern.
Do you want to go next or want me to? Go ahead.
I can go next. Anthony, because this is also the first time we're hearing Anthony's exposition. Could you, I've got a couple of questions, but I want you to read kind of reread the last portion of your statement about the Blankner Street massing again. I just wanted to, it was like very towards the end.
Blankner presents the more difficult question. The building's 3-story height and overall mass exceed the individual historic building pattern, but its design responds substantially to the methods contemplated by the governing standards for moderating larger development. The facade is divided into narrow, apparent modules. Wall planes project and recede. Openings reinforce vertical rhythms. Upper levels are set back at important end conditions. Brick remains the principal material expression, and the roof material changes reinforce the architectural subdivisions.
Yeah. And I can agree with a lot of that, but what I am still hung up on, and I think a lot of what the current residents have pointed out, and what is still a factor for me is I think this body as a whole keeps seeing the rhythm of the districts as is specifically building specific and not taking into account the space between them. So with regards to the rhythm that you're calling out, there is no truly negative space between these masses that are applied onto there. And that's what I still have a hang up on. It is still one mass with applied protrusions to it. And therefore, for me, it does not meet the guidelines.
Fair interpretation.
Yeah. Because even in your calling out on your A54, you underlined back to the proposal, we've got, in addition, massing involves how the building is positioned in the lot, the building setbacks, lot coverage, and the spacing between the buildings on the street. The rest of that sentence was not underlined, but I think is so very important for this development. I think there would be a lot more support from the residents, from the commission, and we would have not had to be here for so long if it was broken up into more units like the front of this Livingston development is. Even taking groupings of these spaces, we would have gotten here a lot faster. And I think we would have, the conversations would have flowed a little bit better. I know myself and Commissioner Thiel, who could not be here today, have stated that repeatedly. But other commissioner voices were heard over. So, a couple other questions based on yours. I was typing down some questions for you, Anthony, while we were going through. The massing one I addressed. You kind of detailed later that the height still exists. So there is still a height problem with this. And you even said referencing it by stories is not an equivalent, is not a good measure for the height of this district. So I'm having a hard time knowing that the height of this building is what it is of what we have today in approving that by that fact alone. And there was a reference to the materials that are on the backside. If you could go to, actually just scroll down on this elevation, I believe. So the material, you referenced that the materials that are behind the existing brick buildings in another placement is perfectly fine and within the guidelines to be a secondary siding material, which I can get behind as a standard situation. But with the lot split, these are now in the rear of the property and are in a altogether different context than a standard lot.
My statement of that was more if assume for a second that this big mess is not being built. And instead, it was going to be a series of 10 houses.
Okay.
2-story houses.
Yeah.
Or a 3-story house, whatever. And it was a brick structure with a small addition on the rear.
Yeah.
And that entire rear addition, 2 stories, was siding.
Absolutely. We've done
See.
that 100 times.
So the language of the village has been front facade if brick, the
Mhm.
rear is rarely brick if it's any kind of additions, unless it's
Mhm.
very, very, very old story additions.
Yes.
So being able to see the back side of that structure as more siding than brick, to me, fits with the development pattern of the district as a whole. If you were looking at the back of a house,
But we're not looking at the back of a house.
looking at the back of a structure.
You're looking at the back of a massive bar. And and even then the space in between on the left side of this north elevation that's behind Bendy's parking lot doesn't really follow that same language.
The Bendy's parking lot, the opening you get, that's the main vista that you get. You get peaks throughout. But
Yeah.
that's the main vista. And that does not have a full field of siding. You have some siding, you have brick, and you have a masonry stone.
Yes, but because of its, let's call it hyper visibility, shouldn't it be the massing item that should be the most prominent of, hey, this is a new construction in German Village. This should be the most reverent to the guidelines and not be citing.
Are the guidelines specifically state it's the street facade which gets the most attention? And lack of so many words.
Mm-hmm.
So are we now saying that a rear of a building needs to get high level attention just because it's visible from an adjacent street?
I think we've already applied that to a lot of other applications.
I don't think we have. We look for if something is incompatible, does it show up?
Yes.
I think what's there is compatible.
It's because I think overall I'm fine with the materials as an individual as they have been proposed. It's more of the location of where they're at, regardless of what they're being attached to. Does that make sense as a statement? I think it's more about what is visible, what isn't, in regards to specifically materials. And
think what's there is more compatible than if you took that piece and slid it over and took what's behind the existing structures and slid that over. If you transpose one to the other, I think what's hidden behind the structures, if you're looking for visibility from Livingston as being a driver, I think what's hidden is not what you want to see over there.
Yeah.
Speculating.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else? No, not for the moment. It's great being last because much of what I have to say has already been said. Thank you all very much.
Yeah.
I also applaud the passion and the deep caring for the neighborhood, for historic preservation and the district. And I frankly, today, I think I appreciate the civility of the dialogue. I think today's dialogue was much more healthy and felt much less pointed in a negative way. So thank you all for that. I think you also know everyone in this commission is a volunteer working on behalf of the neighborhood. And each member of the commission, I would put myself in the low category on this, is a distinguished professional in their field. These are people who really know their shit. And they know it along multiple, and I'm new, so I can say that, right? They know it along multiple dimensions. So we have landscape, we have architecture, we have construction. Most of them have been here for quite a while. So please remember that everyone in this group tries hard, has great insights, and is trying to do the best thing for the neighborhood. Every member has read the guidelines in depth. Some memorize them, as you can tell. And they have reviewed the materials in advance to apply the guidelines and come to an informed position. We also all read the public comments that came in early. The thing that I struggle with sometimes in the feedback that we get, and I think you've heard it tonight, these guidelines are not pure. It is, first of all, a guideline is, if I look at the official, unofficial description, a general rule, principle, or piece of advice meant to direct behavior, streamline processes, or inform decision-making without being strictly mandatory. That is the definition of a guideline. It is not a law. It is not a rule. It is not black and white. This is Cynthia's opinion. It is something to be used to inform the commission to use their best professional judgment to make good decisions on behalf of the neighborhood. And I think that happens every time we are here. It's not absolute. There's a lot of language out there in published areas, as well as in conversations with people about how absolute the guidelines are. I think that is a misrepresentation of what they are intended to be and how they are viewed by the city. If there is an absolute, it's city code, and the guidelines inform city code. The other key here is judgment. You could hear even in the conversation tonight where the guidelines feel contradictory. It's like the Bible. I can take one, and I don't mean to say it's like the Bible, but it's kind of like the Bible. I can take one phrase out of the Bible in this chapter, another phrase in this chapter. I can build whatever case I want, but in reality, the conflict exists because each person or each element is looking at things from a different way. I think if you spend a little bit of time on the guidelines, and many of you have, when I read them, I see a lot of contradiction, and I see snippets that can be pulled out to make absolute cases that might not represent the overall perspective of what's contained in the guidelines. Cynthia's reading again. We all know, and I appreciate Effie and Karen pointing, or excuse me, the commissioners to my right pointing this out. Multifamily new development is not as well fleshed out in the guidelines as single and dual family properties. In my opinion, that does not believe that these should not happen. I believe there's room for multifamily, contemporary, I totally support that, and compatible structures that harken back and forth between the eras that German Village crosses to make sure that it creates an enriched environment for the people who visit our part of the city. Sorry, I don't hear well. Did you say that the guidelines? No. I said they are not absolute. They are sometimes contradictory, and guidelines by their very nature. The guidelines are not laws.
We're not going to have a back and forth.
We can agree to disagree on this, Rosalie. Thank you very much for your feedback. Thank you for your feedback. In my view, our job is to apply the guidelines to items presented to result in a cohesive historic district that is also a living organism that can grow and be vibrant into a vibrant and evolving neighborhood, not to create a Williamsburg type of environment where everything feels like the same. And I don't think anyone's trying to do that, but I tend to really push away from that. I also pay strong attention to the city's the city's Department of Development staff recommendations. And if you look at the staff reports, which are available publicly, you will see that not only does Kimberly go through and item by item give an assessment of what's going on, she gives the citations for each one of her items and her conclusions. And I frankly spent a lot of time thinking about what she's come through with. And in this case, I think they did a very nice job of looking at the entire project and giving a sense of why they would think it is positive to approve. So I am supportive. I am not troubled. I like the materials because I think they make a large building lighter. If this building were all brick, I think it would be a problem. So I like that dimension of it. I don't have a problem with the roof. I don't have a problem with the height. The only thing that I struggle with sometimes is the Blinkner facade for the reasons that have been cited. I think that the applicant has done a good job. I should say this. I think the developer has worked in good faith with the neighborhood groups, including the society and the commission, and have tried very hard to take the comments and incorporate them. I'm not troubled by the elements that people brought forward today, other than the Blinkner stuff. And I am sufficiently positive to say yes to the application. That's it for me.
Okay. So with that, you've heard commissioner responses from all 5 present here. Anything else you want to add, or let's take some action?
Not at this time. I think we'd be looking for a motion and action at this time. My only caveat is regarding the demolition. I don't know if that's a separate action. I know we kind of shelved that early on, or if that's combined in a motion, but I just want to make sure that doesn't fall through the cracks.
Staff, procedural wise, is that part of this application, or does that need to be a separate application?
It is part of this application. Other commissions have broken it up to do a motion for the demo and then a motion for the new construction.
Okay.
But I will leave it up to your discretion on how you would like to handle it based on what German Village has previously done.
So the other commissions have separated these into 2, separated this application into 2, separating out the demolition for 1, and then, okay. I'm fine separating it. It's just a procedural motion that we just got to do. With that, is there a motion to separate?
To separate.
And before we get, separate first.
Gotta
So you can, sorry, just to clarify.
So
So we're separating,
The demo.
the
Like,
demolition.
I can vote yes to the demo, but I can say no
Yes.
to the development. Okay,
Yes.
just want to be clear.
Hang on, let me find the number. So Chairman Hardkey.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, you have some discussion?
Yeah, I have a little bit of a problem with the separation.
Okay.
In the fact that, what if you vote yes for demolition
Then no on the,
and then no on the approval of the
Right.
project?
Sure.
And the building is taken down and
Yeah.
we have
a hole.
a hole.
Sure.
Yep.
I have
That's
an issue with that.
Keep them intact then.
I believe
Yeah.
that's the better way to go.
I'm fine with that. In the past, we have said a yes to demolition, and you're not allowed to until you get a yes to demolish until you get a yes on the design. So either way.
I
works
would
for
be
me.
okay with that.
Let's keep them together. Keep them together, make it easy.
Together.
Is there anything in the application that's here for those who are in favor that you need to see more information on? I do think final details, everything you need to go to staff. I think there's a few more, might be some nuances, some of the details.
There was one point, I mean, there were many points brought up tonight, but one point, in the past, with projects like this, not in German Village or other, in particularly other places, a turning radius study is supplied. And that it was brought up tonight that, the garages are, is is the turning radius there to actually use those garages? And that is something I would like to see improved.
Sure. I think we can commit to that condition.
On Blinkner.
Well, there's not a turning radius.
There's no garages on Blankner.
But there were three. No, on
Are you
on
ta-
Dixon. Yeah.
They're talking about the larger garage. Yeah. But what are the gutters gonna look like throughout this building? There's a lot of roof details that we haven't figured out that I don't
agree with
feel
that.
comfortable having staff approve those.
You have additional, so it's very common for larger developments for lighting and those kinds of elements to come back either to the commission, or if there's just a couple of small things, that could be also a commission subcommittee. But I'd say for larger projects, for those extra things, once you pass the development, those can come back to the commission as a separate application.
And to build off of that, it's typically been lighting, landscaping, and signage have been broken off, just as an example.
Is there anything else specifically you'd want to have as part of that package? So when we make a motion, it's all together and ready to go?
Do we feel like we know the materials, all the materials?
Yeah.
Okay. Gutters.
Does the rest of this body feel like they understand these details? As they've been.
I am used to the applicant coming back with a set of details.
Yeah.
In a second round.
The proposed materials have a bunch of TBDs.
Right.
Which need to be resolved.
Okay.
I think that should be a requirement.
So it's not a motion to approve, it's to continue.
One could say, what I've seen done in other commissions is to improve the design, right? And come back with details. Sorry. I apologize. A motion to approve the design and come back with the details, I believe is what I've seen before.
Is there a discussion about the garden on the top? I didn't hear anything about that.
A public comment is closed at this time.
We spoke about that in the last session. So there's been a couple of changes proposed and there were no additional questions
Thank you.
tonight.
Sorry.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Can I ask a question about gutters? I'm not quite sure which gutters we're talking. Are we talking about building drainage
Yeah.
from the roof
Yeah.
down?
Yeah.
Well, that's all controlled. It's all hermetically sealed. It goes into the existing systems. We have a underground stormwater drainage that we're collecting everything. So it'll be engineered by a professional engineer that you know who it is.
No overflows, no.
Not allowed to
downspouts.
do that. Ohio Revised Code tells you have to control your own.
No one is doubting that the quality is going to be there. I think what I've seen in other environments that I think might help here is we approve the
Yeah.
design today and say we're on board, assuming this group ends up with that vote.
Yeah.
And then we have you come back with some of the more specific details.
Yeah, and that certainly isn't a problem. That's a condition of approval for a building permit as well.
Right. And the parking study that Karen asked for.
Yeah. That's
Commissioner McCoy.
the turn radius.
Turning radius.
Yes. Thank you. The car stuff. Is that okay?
Sure.
I'm not sure that's the correct wording to say approve.
I would love it
the
if you,
design.
I would love it if you would
Um,
like to propose, make the motion, madam.
I think it would be about approving the footprint of the building, the intent of the elevations of the building, specific materials to be looked at further.
That's fine.
Or maybe I would like to see it be more specific. Because we haven't looked into, we had to get over the big stuff. And now there's all these other details to happen.
Right.
Then it sounds like it's a continue.
That sounds a lot.
Sorry, Craig Moncrief, attorney for the applicant. To me,
Raise your hand.
sorry,
Just want to tell the truth, whole truth, and the truth.
I do.
Your name?
Craig Moncrief, attorney. I mean, my thought is if we're talking about gutters, things like that, approval of basically everything except those specific items. That way it's clear on both sides. Hey, what are we discussing from this point forward? I just worry about kind of general language like
That's-
that.
That's a legitimate request. That means we have to itemize everything we want to further look at.
I mean, if city code where am I at here? 316.07, which is materials required for consideration. Item C does specifically call out for new construction, a complete set of construction drawings, including site plan, facades, and other tier services, landscaping plan, and detailed drawings. We've got a few detailed drawings.
Yeah.
I don't think we have the full construction set of
No,
details.
no, not yet. If we move forward, we will have them shortly. But the other thing is we'll be providing exact materials that are the samples that were provided with this submission.
And with what's up there, page A43, it's manufacturer TBD, manufacturer TBD, manufacturer TBD. It's all TBD.
But it's per the approved materials list, is it not?
We don't have approved brick lists. We don't have approved stone lists. We don't have approved wire mesh lists.
Okay.
Well, I mean, again, we will submit what our selections are, and then it's up to you to say whether you want them or not.
And that's what we're getting at is
Color of brick you want.
what we're getting at is typically on small things that staff can approve,
Yeah.
with materials to staff for approval, but at the scale, I don't think it's a staff approval item. I think that's a commission
Yeah.
review item, which
What we're
means
done-
Like,
hearing.
What we're doing with
Commissioner-
other commissions, especially downtown commission, is we'll oftentimes have the exact materials in our hands as we have an approval. In this case, we don't have them here. We just provided these images.
Mhm.
In any case, one of the conditions you could put forth is provide the materials that you want to use. Make that as part of the motion
Mhm.
that has to be submitted to staff for further consideration.
We think it's bigger than staff.
This is city staff. What this sounds like to me from past applications is if you're a vote on it, it could be a conceptual approval. What that does is usually approving like massing, height, location, those bigger questions. So it gives the applicant the confidence that their larger concept is approved, but it's still a conceptual approval. And then it requires those final details to come back for approval.
I think we're all saying the same thing. It's just,
Yep.
it's
Just
the
the
method to
language.
get there.
It's the terminology. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
and so
saying,
for conceptual
Jacqueline,
approval, you are voting, you're taking an action. And so it's not a continue, you are doing a conceptual approval, but then would come back.
Yeah, and that's a process we're familiar with. All of you are familiar with downtown commission, conceptual approval, and then we come back with final details and materials.
with that language?
I'm okay with that language.
Too. Yeah.
Specifically state that the material's got to come back.
Okay. All right. As
Are you okay with
articulated
that language?
in the paragraph.
I'm fine with that language, but I mean, on here, we don't approve Hardy, so,
Correct.
yeah, so we'll just, that's one of the couple on here that we don't approve.
We've approved the artisan series, Hardy. We haven't approved the,
Correct, but they don't list what series it is or
Yep.
anything else.
We would provide all those materials for
I
you.
agree.
Exactly.
I was just making a note so that you guys could
Understand.
switch that before
Yeah.
next time.
Appreciate that.
Ready for me? You want to do the motion? You want me to?
Go ahead.
Okay. On item COA, 2600322, 247 East Livingston Avenue, otherwise known as Cedar Square. I move to accept the application and approve it, the conceptual design and demolition, subject to a second round review of the detailed elements of the design.
Including materials,
Right.
lighting.
Including the things just
Yeah.
described in paragraph. What was it that you just read to us?
And called out in.
put it away. Where'd it go?
Okay,
It's typically anything that's exposed to the
I
exterior.
think we know what we mean, but it's actually written down in the code stuff.
Oh. There's, section 3016.07. C, Charlie.
In section C, or in section 301, 17, Give it to me again, sorry.
3116
3116
dot 07
dot 07,
C Charlie.
section C, Charlie.
And the the demolition requires same section, but item D, which states that any application for demolition shall include a site plan, photocopy, permanent page, or partial page of a property atlas from such library, et cetera, et cetera.
Which says you cannot start demolition until we've seen the second round of
Sure.
detail.
Understood.
Okay.
All right, so we got a motion.
Second.
A second? Any question on the motion?
This is for conceptual approval.
Conceptual approval.
Okay.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those against?
Aye.
3 to 2. Motion passes.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a quick 5, let the room clear.
Karen, you were very insulting. Tell us that we're emotional. Just
She told me I was insulting. Let's talk about insulting. Let's talk about the professor. You guys are most important. Yes, we do. Oh my gosh. I don't. Yeah, we do. Oh, yeah, we have to live with this, but yeah. It is really but I mean, I have to say, at the end of the day, I feel like, given all the criteria and the fact that the guidelines tell you how to get around a massing by breaking it down, you know, if you apply all that, I feel like I can't. So. So if that's to go on vacation, if he will be here, what do we do? Street? It would be tied, yeah. Then what? I think it would have been denied. I think if it's tied, yeah.
Anthony, would you tell her that the guidelines are fun? They are law. I would expect you to know this. I would expect Cynthia to know that the guidelines are codified. And you agreed they weren't. Yours was the problem.
If you're not here for another application, we could please leave the room. Thank you.
I have no idea. Yeah, but I did understand. Well, I have something I have this team too. However, I do early just. It was. It was completely. Yeah, but anyway. 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 Last week, we probably just stayed to go find a little. I think it'd be a costume.
Well, the guidelines are meant to clarify city code. Yeah. So city code is the actual law, the guidelines. So I could like test to be sure, yeah, and double check myself. Oh, thanks, Anthony. Oh, he said,
Yes.
You guys ready?
As Robert B.
All right, we're back on the record. Kind of got a little mixed, mashed out of order. Is anybody here for 608 Grant? Okay. How about 978 Yeager? No 978 Yeager? We're on a roll. 202 East Beck. No 202 East Beck. 361 East Livingston. All right, go ahead and take a seat. That's number 9. Commissioner Coy, you have the chair again.
All right, do we want to follow Anthony's lead and swear in our applicants first, and then I'll read the staff report?
Oh, in swearing, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you state your name, please, and your, what you're representing, your relationship to the owner?
Dominic Lupino. I'm with Residential Design Solutions, who created the construction documents.
Patrick Doherty, owner's rep.
All right. Thank you.
All right, this application is to construct an 8-foot by 11-foot, 8-inch single-story addition on the south elevation on the rear of the house. The commissioners at the August business meeting were curious what changed from the last submission, if anything, and the applicant had previously confirmed that there were no changes made to the design. Interior photos were also submitted and included in the materials. Staff recommends approval of the application with any and all clarifications submitted to HPO staff for review prior to issuance of a certificate. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.12, these standards for new construction, as well as City Code 3116.11, these standards for alteration, the German Village guidelines regarding siding, the German Village guidelines alteration to existing structures additions, and I will give it back to you, Commissioner McCoy.
Do you have anything that you want to present?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, the staff report was a repeat, I believe, of the July staff report. We did come in last month for this. However, there weren't enough commissioners to vote on it. At that time, we discussed certain aspects of the design, why we didn't change the design due to a prior review in June, I believe. And I think we hashed out those differences. The main question was the opening size between the existing and the new addition. There is currently a small door opening in the rear. We wanted to widen that opening to approximately the same width as the addition. The concern that the commission had, of course, was altering the existing house. my comments at the last meeting were that this was an interior wall that we're talking about. It was not an exterior wall. There used to, no, right, now the exterior wall, which at the core is brick, is finished with a board and batten siding on it. Probably because there were additional openings in that wall. Also, that brick wall was not a finished brick. It probably has plaster, interior plaster finish on it. So they covered it with the board and batten. My statement was, if you allow us to do the opening the way we like, if for some reason this addition comes down, it's very easy for us to reapply that board and batten, a framing to that opening, board and batten siding, and make it look exactly like it looks today. So at the time, I had some positive responses to that. And so we're here today, hopefully to get approval.
Any questions or any
Yeah, you guys-
comments from the?
Karen and I were here. So I think you two were, you guys were not here.
But you'd still be expanding the existing opening with regards to the brick, correct? There's brick still as the
There's
structure
brick
of it.
still within, but behind the board and batten.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hmm. I would prefer if, I mean, if you utilize that existing opening and shift it around where the stacked washer dryer and whatever's to the left of it, it's not indicated on the
Primary
plan.
use of the new space is to have create more of an opening for the existing kitchen area and
Mhm.
provide a seating area for the kitchen area, as well as the closet and the washer dryer.
Okay. But was there a study that your team did on utilizing just that existing opening? I mean, do you know how wide it is currently?
Yes, it's approximately 16 to 18 inches. The brick thickness, the wall thickness is 16 to 18 inches.
Yeah, I want the width
The
of the
door opening, if you take out the frame, will be approximately 32 inches.
It's a little tight.
It's very tiny.
You're not gaining a whole lot of space, but you can't.
Well, there's not a whole lot of space to gain. I don't know if you have the site plan there available. It's a very odd lot in that in the backyard is basically a parking lot for the adjacent office building.
I'm trying to look at it, but
Yeah.
can't go in. Okay. Your house is right by the property line.
And correct me if I'm wrong, we went back to your owner and said they would like us to keep the wall. And
After that,
really want to please go back and try again.
that's correct.
I
That's,
just want to make sure they understood.
I submitted a revised design to them utilizing the existing opening, and it just did not fulfill the owner's needs.
Anyone else's thoughts? I would prefer to keep the brick.
We have, honestly, I remember in a project before where an opening was made larger,
Yeah.
the applicant kept the brick stored.
Where are they going to store it on?
On this particular property,
Probably in the cellar.
if you have,
That's not going to be there for very long.
Why?
I'm saying that's valuable real estate for storage. of things that are not bricks.
Not this particular seller,
Okay.
but
Can
I
you,
don't have photos of that seller.
so the area of brick that's being removed.
I mean, it's a
it's
significant.
approximately the entire width of the addition.
Yeah.
I would be comfortable with expanding the opening and keeping the brick in the basement. It's now an interior wall.
But it's not right now.
It will be once you do the addition.
Yes, but
Well, but it'll never be an exposed brick exterior.
I know.
Let's cover up.
Right, because it's got the door down.
It was at one time.
No,
exterior wall.
I
You're
don't think
saying
it ever was.
it was
There was a
never-
framed, there was a two-story framed portion of the house that went back. If you look at the Sanborn map, it shows that. And that was taken down to what we have today. And so that's why I'm confident of that brick was part of the original house, maybe. I don't know when the framed portion was done. It's on the Sanborn map.
But you're saying.
But it was an interior wall and finished as such.
So it used to be an interior wall, but then based on the Sanborn. that
Maybe.
yellow portion got
That's
taken out.
speculation, honestly. I don't know what the. Pardon?
I said, what year is the Sanborn? Sorry.
Between 1922 and 1930 something.
This is 22 on the top. Handwriting.
Does it?
Upper
Okay.
right.
I'm seeing the little cut and paste, so I would guess this is probably 1920s with 1951 or 1961 update.
Are you still contemplating?
Yeah.
No, I think knowing the history of that, I think I'm okay with the proposal.
But it could be the original, and then the yellow was added on. We don't know that.
But was there any, I don't know, let's history COA that can prove one way or the other?
Do we know when that back addition was removed?
I do not know.
And there's not an older Sanborn map available.
If this is the 1920s to like 1950 with the 60s updates, they stopped making Sanborn maps at some point, and I don't think we typically see them between the 1960s and present, if memory serves correct.
We want older than 20.
I mean, possibly this is something that would be a good request at a business meeting.
Is there a speaker slip?
Factual witness to that.
Okay, well, we have a speaker slip. If Commissioner McCoy, would you like to accept it since we're a little out of order?
We'll accept the speaker slip.
All right. If we can swear the speaker in, please.
Do you swear to tell state your name, please?
For the record.
Anthony Harkey.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. For the record, I'm the chair of the commission, speaking not as the chair, speaking as a neighbor. Having done research on this property, I will testify that this did not show up in the 81 Sanborn map. It shows up in the 1901 Sanborn map with the rear attached. It has been there since the beginning, everything I can tell. And it was taken down, I mentioned in the previous application, when the property was constructed in the 80s, 89-ish. There's photos from the dispatch of the construction happening at that time, and the rear was taken off at that point to make room for the parking lot entrance. My factual information.
So
Thank you.
that substantiates this was an interior wall.
Okay,
Okay.
fine with it.
Thank you. All right. Can I have we ready for a motion?
Yeah, sure. On COA 26007110 for, I don't have the 361 East Livingston. I move to approve as submitted.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and just for the record, application number 10 did let me know that they were withdrawing their application. And we do have confirmation that the applicant for number 11 is here.
Withdrawing permanently or just tonight?
For number 10, they are withdrawing it because building and zoning had told them they couldn't use the window as egress. So they're exploring other options.
Okay. Let the record show I am back. Item number 11, COA 2600862-768 South 5th Street. Take a seat. And if you all raise your right hands, one apiece. Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and the truth?
I do.
Right, and your name?
Scott Baker,
Thank you.
SBA Studios.
Thank you.
Chad Miller, Build Pro 360 Construction.
Thank you.
Clay Chris, owner.
Thank you.
Right. This application is to demolish the covered entry located at the rear east elevation of a single-story addition and construct a two-story addition and porch on the rear east elevation. The commissioners at the August business meeting wanted to know the existing age of all portions of the house. They were curious about any historic documentation for additions or alterations of the property. They were also curious what the lot coverage would be with the addition and if any variances would be required. HBO staff has reviewed the file and found the following additions and alterations to the property. An exercise loft was added to the existing garage in 2003. A dormer was added to the rear addition and a rear doorway was widened to a double doorway with two full-light wood frame doors in October of 1994. The single-story two-car garage was approved for construction in September 1978. I have added the commissioner comments from the August hearing to the staff report, and staff recommends approval of the application with any and all clarifications submitted to staff for review prior to issuance of a certificate. Basis for recommendation is City Code 3116.11, these standards for alteration, as well as City Code 3116.12, these standards for new construction, and the German Village guidelines on siding, as well as the guidelines regarding alterations to existing structures additions.
All right. Anything else to add?
I was gonna just kind of read a couple of the opening statements here real quick. Just from the last time that we spoke, I know that one of the primary goals was to simplify the addition and make it more subservient to the historic home. So we've moved to a more simpler gable roof that was recommended, lowered the ridge line, changed to double hung windows, and removed the patio wall that was questioned last time. We also followed up with building and zoning as per request here, as recommended, and confirmed that the patio is not included in the lot coverage calculation. We've made some changes, and the revised design is approximately 57% lot coverage. From the last time we understood the commission's guidance was around 50%, with some exceptions 55, and in some rare circumstances up to 65%. So we've made a lot of effort to do what we could there. And we also reduced the patio footprint to account for the property lines and overhang, which was suggested. And then finally, we expanded our material options beyond just the hardy board, potential consideration of the hardy board artesian, and then also the boral. So we really tried to address the feedback from last time and spent a lot of time revising it and hopefully addressing all of the questions that were asked last time.
Are these updated drawings?
Yes.
Okay.
On sheet A 0-1, you said you adjusted the overhang. Looks like the overhang is still 2.06 feet away from the property line.
The covered porch
roof overhang should be just over 2 feet away. And then the rake on the 2-story is just there's no dimension to the rake. It's trim.
It was a hip roof last time. We recommended a gable. When we added the gable, we took away the overhang that was on the hip roof. So now all you have is a trim board.
Gotcha.
On the rake side only.
So there's no projection of the gable. It's just going to be basically a flush gable. With a, gotcha. And your lot coverage is 57% plus still, not including the patio?
Correct.
And the patio is still open except for the roof, right? But it does include the garage.
I'm sorry.
It does include the garage.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll make a note that hardy artisan lap siding is proposed. We have approved the artisan series due to the fact of its thicker nature, performs more like wood would typically perform as opposed to standard hardy.
And he said they were looking at artesian is what you said, artesian.
Artisan.
Artisan.
You're right. Yeah.
Is there a diagram of the footprint of the house on the actual lot completely? Is that this one?
That's the only thing we have.
Okay.
Here.
I'm having trouble coming up with 57%. When you look at how little there is, I would have.
It's 57.
That's what I said.
Oh, I thought you said 87.
No, 57.
Mm.
I'm having trouble coming up with, if I look at the diagram, it doesn't look like there's 57% of the lot left. I'm struggling with that. Am I looking at it wrong?
That probably doesn't count the garage.
Yeah, I'm not for sure who you did that.
Or 43% left, right? 57% property, 43% left. It doesn't
Correct.
look like 43%.
Well, maybe that's what it is.
I'd have to confirm.
It looks about it.
You think?
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you take off that last little block there between the garage and the expansion, that's the patio, so
True.
that doesn't
Okay.
count.
So it's really just the patio that's throwing me off.
Probably, yeah.
Do you have a calculation somewhere?
Yes.
But not in our materials?
Well, it's here.
Oh, it is?
It's right above it.
Yeah, it's
Oh, I
in
see.
lot
Okay.
coverage calculation.
Oh, thank you. I hadn't gotten that small.
In the site study one, there's a calculation at the bottom in a small box. It's a
Right.
little small. Yep.
So my logical question is going to be, is there a way to squeeze out 2%? Slice off a piece of the kitchen / bedroom den above, pull that back to get to 55. I know it sounds arbitrary, but we're already going above 50. We're trying to put lines in the sand. And if everything just keeps creeping, it starts to set a bit of a precedent.
Yeah.
I'm not an architect, just a contractor looking at a kitchen. There's space in kitchen. I'm not sure slicing off 6 inches to a foot, what that does to the total of everything percentage wise.
I don't even think it would be a foot. I think it would be like
Not without a calculator.
2 inches.
I was asking the architect how
Sure.
much, how much we would have to chop off.
Yeah.
Yeah. To get into it.
2%.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I respect the request and we'll certainly consider, I wonder if there's I don't know, an alternative route there to help or again, help with that. I know that we started at a different spot and we've kind of been working our way back and
Mhm.
there are certainly some challenges that start to get presented, the more that we do there.
Understood.
But
And apologize, I wasn't at the business meeting. I would have asked the question if I'd been there and seen that.
I know the other gentleman that is not here had, when I think you had asked him about lot coverage, and he had said he doesn't have reason to object kind of where we're at.
Mr. Thiel,
so I know
you mentioned.
discussion.
I mean, I'm one of 5 here. So if I'm the only oddball out, so be it.
No, I think it's reasonable to ask to study that, because if how large is this? Width. Built-in number. Do you have a width on that back addition? Yes, 18.5.
Yeah, 18 and a half feet. It's going to take somewhere between 3 or 4 feet off the addition to get down to 2%, I think.
That may change my ask right there.
Lot size of, yeah, I think it's like 0.066 total. 2% of that is a decent amount.
Okay, I will, if that is true, I will withdraw my ask there.
Is there a garage option?
Cut the garage in half?
No, the garage that you said, it
Exists. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Oops.
I was looking at the elevation. I saw there are 2 proposed skylights, right? Is it typical for German Village? I've never seen any application for skylight.
In the back.
Yes.
It's in the back.
Okay, so it's, you guys
Historically,
seen quite a lot.
We have guidelines for the skylights. I'll pull up real quick and just make sure.
Just don't remember seeing those applications.
They don't come up very often these days. They were big for a while, then they kind of dropped. While I look this up, profile for the siting. What's the proposed profile, exposure, and style?
So we had vertical on originally, and you guys proposed lap siding. So we'll have to look up the artesian, but I think it was somewhere between 7 1/4 and 8 1/4 exposure on the artesian versus the standard. Did you bring that with you?
I thought that came in more like the standard 4, 5, 6, 5, 6 exposure. I thought.
Comes one particular way. The artesian does. Do you know that?
It does,
That's
because
on
I
top of
just
my head
started to
now.
look into it.
Okay. This
Um,
is a new addition piece, so it's not like we're trying to reskin the existing.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that wasn't me saying anything negative about it. I think it was more about the limitations of it in potential applications for existing buildings.
Sure.
And I did just do the math, and it would be like 3.5 feet they'd have to
Okay.
lose.
I'll withdraw my concern. For the skylights, it is guidelines, page 98. Item 4, skylights should be carefully placed to minimize the visibility from the streets. Use as few as possible. Avoid placing them on the main roof slopes. Set them as far back from the front of the building as possible, preferably only on secondary rear elevations. And then item 5, skylights should be flat in design, and they should not be clustered in a row side by side. And I think I remember somewhere saying like 6 inches
Max
max height protrusion from the roof line. Yeah,
a roof plane.
roof plane.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Which looks like this complies.
Do we have, since we're talking about skylights, do we have approved manufacturers similar to windows,
not.
or is it gamut? Okay.
It's a gamut as long as you meet the
Okay.
requirements.
Opening that up.
Any other?
Nope.
Right. Any other issues?
We just need to see materials and stuff.
Okay. McCoy, any questions?
I will note, because the applicant did point out to me, there is a materials page that has the hyperlinks
Right.
on it, but I just wanted to say he pointed that out earlier, but we want to see the photos of everything as opposed to the, okay, I'm okay with that.
I'm fine with staff doing it. We just need to make sure we have a copy of what it is in the packet because links die in the future.
Yeah, I was gonna do a motion with you picking up the responsibility.
Commissioner McCoy, anything else?
The opening in the building, in the existing building is being enlarged for this addition.
It is not.
It is not?
It is not.
At the first floor, it is not? I
It is.
see where at the
The
second.
second floor, the window is being enlarged. At the first floor, we kept the door
kept it.
opening the same and in the same location to not disturb the brick.
Okay.
Speaking of exterior materials, have we done cast in place concrete patios in the rear? I don't think so.
Are you thinking we typically do the permeable paver patios as opposed to the poured?
More so just any sort of paver. I mean, it could have a slab underneath, but I don't know that we have been in support of
Cast in place concrete.
yeah, cast in place concrete with no stamped finish.
Is this in the full back? Are we going to have visibility from the public way at all?
No.
No, it's in the very back.
We still haven't approved them though. I don't believe.
Yeah, I also
Well, we pushed for permeable.
Okay.
Is I mean, that there has traditionally been that push.
Is this patio the porch?
it's under the porch.
That's a porch base.
Yeah.
We've had concrete porch bases, I feel like. You wouldn't do a
You wouldn't do a
A
permeable.
standalone
Yeah.
patio. I don't.
We're not doing a standalone patio.
Yeah.
I know,
Yeah.
but
Can you reuse your existing paper, salvage them?
I feel like we've had concrete floors on porches in the rear. As opposed, not really a patio, it's a porch.
it's a grade, right? Do you have a section for us?
Yeah, I would say it's a porch.
And therefore,
So I don't know if we've
And
done
therefore, I
concrete
think
porches then,
A slab is okay.
right?
what'd you say?
I said, I don't think we've done concrete porches.
I think in the rear, there have been concrete porches done. I mean, there's been an overhang over a concrete slab adjacent to the house.
There've been some existing ones.
I'm thinking of a project down on,
A new
down by
one?
the park that it has it. It's approved.
I don't know. I think not visible from the public way. It's on a foundation under a porch attached to the addition.
Mhm.
I don't see a justification my end for requiring pavers or stamped concrete for a porch floor back
Okay.
there.
Okay. I'll let it go.
You don't have to, but you
Do I need a motion?
need a motion. Materials to staff.
And that probably includes exterior lighting and
All that stuff.
all of it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So this is 13, or what is this one?
Number 11.
Thank you.
You're so out of order.
On the matter of COA 2600862 South Fifth Street. Move to approve with all of the details as described in the paragraph that we cited earlier. You're gonna give me the number up again.
We were in
Which paragraph?
see, the one that we put in the earlier, earlier motion.
3116.07C.
Thank you. 3116.07C, that lists all the stuff that you need to give to staff, be presented to staff for approval and review. Did I miss anything?
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thank you for the changes you made as well.
Yeah. We're very happy with the new roof. It was a
Good.
good suggestion.
Good.
All right.
Not a choo-choo.
It was that Jack in the Box.
Jack in the Box.
Yes.
Before we go forward, anybody here for 202 East Beck? Wait for 987 Jaeger. All right, we'll keep going forward, pushing forward. Item 13, 862 South Fifth. 862 South Fifth.
Going once.
We are batting like a zero today,
Yeah, we
man.
are.
We're not doing great.
This never happens.
No, it doesn't. Item 14, 250 East Sycamore.
Really?
Okay.
What are you people here for?
How about
There's still plenty more on the agenda.
807 City Park? Come on down.
You're the next contestant.
Item number 16, COA 2600808, 807 City Park. Once you're settled, if you raise your right hand,
Okay, thank
do
you.
you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth? And your name is?
Lisa Becker.
Thank you. In relation to the project?
I am the owner of the home.
There we go.
All right, this application is to construct a retaining wall that is 12 inches to 14 inches high along Kossuth Street, Jurassic limestone used with dimensions 3 inches thick to 8 inches deep, and place a 6-foot fence on top of the retaining wall along the existing fence line. The existing iron fence is not impacted. Commissioners at the business meeting noted that they would have to discuss the overall height of the retaining wall and fence. The applicant may want to consider the alternatives of either moving the fence back from the edge of the retaining wall or shortening the fence so it's only 6 feet from the grade of the sidewalk. HPO staff has included the previously issued COA 2500419, which was approved June 5th of 2025. And that was to remove and replace the existing fence at grade. Staff recommends approval of the application with the condition that the overall fence height is 6 feet from the sidewalk. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.13, the standards for site improvement, as well as City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration. And then also the German Village guidelines on exterior conditions, which include fences and walls.
Anything else to add?
Pardon me?
Anything else to add?
The fence actually sits 2 inches off of the retaining wall rather than right on it. And I think you had the staff recommendation for the height. Thank you for that. I am concerned about the security on that. So if it needs to, the question really is, how far back does that fence have to go if I take and push the fence back versus reduce the height on that?
Typically, we're looking for like a planting strip to put some shrubs to kind of let that height kind of disappear by hiding the bottom of the fence. So that's landscape architect recommendation.
I think if you can have 12 inches, you could have a planting strip there of something that shows a clear separation between the wall and the fence. Okay.
From a contractor perspective, the easiest thing for you to do, if they take off that cap rail, just circular saw right across the top, cut off a foot, whatever's necessary, put the top rail back on, leave right where it's at. That's the cheapest way.
Yeah, that would be, my main concern is that you can see the slope on the driveway.
Mhm.
And so the fence, when you cut it off, now becomes about 4 foot, 4'6", something like that. And my sense of security comes with parking in the garage, walking across, going in the back door at many different hours. Plus it's also because of being at that end of City Park, it's really, I've got the activity of High Street.
Mhm.
And so part of it is even just a visual privacy. So,
Understood.
anyway. Okay.
And what I've told applicants in the past that have done similar, they've done it a lot taller in other places, that our purview is the visibility from the public way.
Mhm.
And the 6 foot is 6 foot from the public way. If you're inside the fence,
It's 6
security is
feet.
not to keep you from climbing out, it's to keep somebody from climbing in. So the 6 foot from the public way, that's the reason why we stated that way.
Okay.
Just for reference purposes.
So if I, because it's the public way versus the driveway, would that enable me to keep the fence at the height it's currently at the 6 foot fence, but slant that down to the height of what's on the public way?
Does it switch to grade on not the public way?
I
We-
didn't hear what you
I
said.
don't
Rachel.
understand.
I said, sorry, does it switch to grade when it's not adjacent to the public way? That's my
Once
question.
it's set back a certain distance, then it would be from grade.
Yeah, but what if it's connected to that?
Step down fence, we've done that
Yeah.
past in certain areas when you're returning and you've got a grade change.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting.
Would the commission be any heartache with leaving the gate by the garage at the height it's at and then have a step down as you get out towards the sidewalk?
How would the step down work?
Or
What's that transition?
step down or?
It would have to step, if it's stepped down at the column, you know, or the post.
On the corner.
So you'd have a
Well,
high gate and a low panel to the right. Meeting.
you would go, that piece would have to step down.
Either a step down or.
I can't, yeah. I would step it. I think a step is
We're not doing
more
it.
appropriate
not
than
doing
a
it
slope.
So is the concern that the fence is 6 feet high and the retaining wall is 12
Sitting on
inch
top of
to
the
40
retaining
inch, so it's.
Now you got a 7 foot plus
Yeah,
fence.
it's 6 inches
Okay.
measured And, from. and the at public that way. point that we're talking about with the gate, the height is actually really only about 5 inches, not 14 inches as it is on the
Yeah.
end. So all of a sudden, when you pull the fence down,
Okay.
you're negatively impacting the security at the point that you have it, which is the gate.
I mean, to me, sounds like there are two routes you can go. One is you push the fence
Yeah.
along the
For sure.
main road back to align with the building, you know, you have some planting buffer. Or you step down from the driveway and then lower it along, what's it called?
Cost, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the question would be, if the fence is moved back, say 12 inches from the wall along Cosset, and there's a post at the corner, does the piece that parallels the driveway also need to be moved back, or?
I don't think so. I
Okay.
think you just push this long facade back, let the
Yeah.
piece next driveway be there, dying into the garage wall as it is. Just that corner post pushes.
That way you could keep your fence height that you're desiring. Yeah. And I think aesthetically it might be better too, just because you don't have this,
Yeah.
Yep. Weird thing going on at the driveway, but, right, and it'll soften. Okay. Sounds great.
One thing I wanted to add, are you planning on painting or staining that fence?
I believe on the first COA it was painting.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure, since the photos were unpainted.
The weather.
Yep. Gotta weather first. Yeah. Very
Then
good.
I don't want to, no offense, I don't want to see you again.
So
Sorry.
would you like us to amend the application to include pushing the street side run of the fence back 12 inches? Saying 12?
Mhm.
Sounds very good.
And
And
be
if I do it a little more just because of the
That's fine.
connections, then that's fine.
Minimum of 12.
Minimum 12. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. All right, is there a motion?
On item 16, COA 2600808, 807 City Park Avenue. I move to approve this application if the portion of fence that parallels Kossuth is set back 12 inches from the existing retaining wall
Or more.
or more. Okay.
Okay.
Minimum of 12 inches. How about that?
Second.
You got a second? Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we got 784 South Third Street? All right. Number 17, COA 2600612, 784 South Third Street. If you'll both raise your right hand, once you take a seat. Once you get settled.
Laughing.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Your name?
My name is Lynn Johnston. I also own the property with Greg Barrett.
Thank you.
Greg Barrett.
Thank you very much.
All right, this application is to replace a rear second-story patio door with a full light fiberglass door with blinds between the glass. The commissioners at the business meeting requested a photo from the ground further back, and they also suggested the applicant consider a backup option without internal blinds. The contractor confirmed that the door does have internal blinds, and HBO staff is unable to staff approve such detail. Additionally, staff does not support the use of internal blinds. The applicant has clarified that the door has already been built and paid for, and they're waiting for the installation approval since May. Staff recommends approval of the application with the condition that the internal blinds are not used between the glass. Basis for recommendation is City Code 3116.11, these standards for alteration, as well as the German Village guidelines regarding entrances and doors. And commissioners, I did get handed a number of photos that I'll pass around.
While she's handing this out, is there anything else you have to add?
No, it's, we've had a multi-year discussion about replacing this rotting door on the second floor, which leads out to our deck. Finally, this April, we contacted Lowe's and they suggested, do you want blinds? And we said, sure. And they said internal or external, and we said internal. Then they demanded payment and I mistakenly said, sure. And so then about a month later in April, they said, by the way, this needs approval by you people.
Yeah.
And so that began our process. We're familiar with the process. We've moved into German Village in 2015 and put a significant addition on the back of our home by Nicholson Builders. And partway through, the member of the architectural board said, I'm familiar with this property and that it's not visible from anywhere, so we don't need to get too technical about this. And then we also went through the process with replacing a front door. So I'm not sure why this slipped our mind. It just seemed like it's so not visible to anyone that we just went ahead and paid for it. And we're trying to get approval. And we've submitted some pictures of the door from the second floor deck and also from the backyard coming up, which makes this, I mean, not a visible feature.
I'm confused. You already have a door with interior blinds?
Pardon me?
You already have a door with interior blinds?
Yeah, it's the door that's kind of
That's the one,
rotted
that's not the one
through.
that's just been built? That's the one that is.
That's the one that we want replaced.
It's,
Yeah, the one in place.
it's
has
not
interior-
installed yet, but it is bought.
No, the one,
Got it. The new.
has the one we're replacing has exterior blinds.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, the one there currently that's coming out has blinds hanging
Exterior.
inside the
Got
house.
it. And the new one that has been built has interior.
In the glass.
Got it. Thank you.
So the question in our marriage is the following: is it her fault that she wanted internal blinds, or is it my fault who said,
I
"Okay,
think
here's
you
my
know
credit
the
card
answer
number."
if you have to.
I do think
So that's the question we really want resolved tonight.
whoever asked the question, I'm so sorry.
That is not in our purview, unfortunately.
Yeah, we charge extra for marital counseling.
So for the commission,
Yeah.
I think there's two paths, and I I think I know the appropriate path. Option one is we approve it stating that it's not visible from the public way or anywhere, and therefore harm no foul. Option two is we say it's not appropriate. However, there is a hardship and or extraneous conditions, and this would be denied first round and then heard on appeal and approved on appeal.
But not by us.
They could come back to
They
us
could
as a
come back to
hardship.
us. Okay.
Because it's been purchased, the money's been outlaid, there's a financial component to it, there's the extending circumstance that this is in a non-visible location. I think there's a case to be made on appeal. I think it's a matter, do we believe that we can approve it as first time go?
I will note, since we're mentioning the financial appeal, that there are quite a number of personal documents required for
It would be on
financial.
a other, not financial hardship, it would be the extenuating circumstances.
If I could just
Sure.
add, when we moved down to German Village,
Yeah.
somehow we had the idea, maybe from our architect for the other project, that what mattered in preserving German Village, what was visible for passersby. They needed to see German Village being German Village. It honestly never occurred to us that this very invisible door would be causing any harm.
And that the primary focus is the public way, what's visible. It's procedurally, we're trying to make sure that we are following proper procedure
Okay.
for this condition that is not from the public way visible. And whether that's something we can approve, saying there's not an effect on the character, or if we need to hear that on appeal. So we typically
So it
would,
doesn't form a precedent.
Yeah.
To someone else.
if that makes sense. So
So that someone else can't come back and say they want to put a front door on.
Yeah.
That has.
An application earlier today had an integral blind in their front door, and we told them that we didn't allow those. So
let me check one thing real quick.
And might I add that we were very careful when we replaced our wooden front door.
Yeah.
To have it custom made with the identical.
We appreciate.
yeah, thank you
We
so
really
much.
do.
Appreciate you
Because-
approving it.
Is there a city code section on no architectural impact?
Do you know it, Jacqueline?
Yeah, I
Top of
think
your head?
what you're referring to is no architectural feature like involved. I can pull it up.
Just want to see if that code section would apply here so we could just use it and go.
Is that at the discretion of the historic preservation officer?
I think it might be, and also it could be open to interpretation about what's an architectural feature. But let me.
While they're looking that up, do you know the timeline on when they would install this? Have they given that to you, or is it kind of
They're
waiting on
gonna
us?
pause tomorrow at 8:30 a.m.
Ah, good. On the off chance that someone submits a code violation on this while it's being denied?
It's been on pause since May.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, 3019.51.
Oh, a 9.5.
Certificate that no architectural features involved. I don't think
So
think that
I
really
don't think it
applies.
would apply. I did double check with the historic preservation officer regarding the internal blinds, even though it was a rear door and it couldn't be seen. And the stance of our office is that it doesn't matter where the door is. We're still not going to support the internal blinds.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And we do consider the door as an architectural feature.
Okay, so we can't use that.
No.
I'm trying to find a procedural path for you. So I think what needs to be done is we vote on the application as submitted. We deny the application,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can reapply under unusual and compelling circumstances. And that's where we can, that's where we can consider if this property, this item has little or no historic or architectural significance. And I think that would be our route to say yes. So, but
And what would be the timeline on that?
so the timeline was by denying it, they can immediately appeal, correct? And that would be next month.
They have 10 days from when they receive the documentation.
Yep.
And I will note, I have a chunk of time out between now and next week with the Labor Day holiday coming up. So all of my correspondence is going to be a little bit more delayed than normal.
Can we get them on the next hearing schedule?
We have to have an application in hand in order to do that per office policies.
Okay.
So, and there's a very specific document, if we're going to deny it, that you need to have as part of your application, which that doesn't necessarily mean I can't coordinate with Jacqueline or the other members of HBO staff to get something out.
Yep.
But other people do have some additional days out, as well as everybody else has at least one commission they're also handling. So
Gotcha.
I don't want to guarantee anything because we're going into the holiday weekend and everybody's busy with summer wrapping up.
Our goal is to get you at the next hearing to hear the appeal.
Is there anything we need to do to get to the next hearing?
Can they
Yes.
submit the application and once the denial is officially issued, they can just stick it right into the application?
They could, I think there's a little bit of documentation that'll go into proving the strange and unusual circumstances.
On the part of the applicant.
Mhm.
And they would need support in filling
Yes.
it out.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least I'd like to be around to offer support.
Yep.
Excuse me, but is the end game here that we're not going to be allowed to put up this door with internal blinds, or because it would set a precedent?
We're trying to get you to approval for internal blinds on this door in this specific location.
And there's a way to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
But we have to deny the application to hear it on appeal
Mm-hmm.
when we can consider the extenuating circumstances.
Okay.
But you have to write the appeal, you have to write up the extenuating circumstances on a form that I've not seen, that I've heard has a lot of information needed. Is that fair? So that's going to take you a little bit of time to fill out.
Which you get from her,
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
who's on vacation. All right.
unfortunately.
Fair.
I think that's it.
Can
Okay.
you send them that tonight or tomorrow morning for?
No, unfortunately, by the time we go upstairs with
I meant to say tomorrow morning, not tonight.
tomorrow morning, probably
Okay.
I mean, that's all dependent on how long this goes tonight,
Yep.
as well as how well I sleep, which is always a little up in the air.
Well, let's take care of the vote now.
Yes.
Let's get the process going. Is there a motion?
So we need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2600612, I, for 784 South Third Street, I move to approve the application as submitted. Have to do it in the affirmative.
Second.
Yeah, second. All right, we're going to take the vote. Again, if you want to approve as is, vote in the affirmative. If you deny, then nay. All those in favor?
Nay.
All those against? Nay.
Aye.
Nay. Aye. Whatever it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Denied.
You're denied.
Application is denied.
It is.
The reasoning for the
Fine.
denial is, we're on
Blind.
16, 17. Item C 316.11, standards for alteration, item 6 and 12, and German Village guidelines, entrances and doors, item number 3. And then under the amendments to the guidelines, under door replacements, the replacement door transfer light, side lights matching style, material size, profile, operation, proportion, and glass color, texture, tinting should match existing and contributing doors. All right. You good?
I think so.
All right. She'll get with you or you go with her and they'll get you all settled and we'll get you as soon as we can get you back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 18, COA 2600674-652 Mohawk. You raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Can we get the pictures?
Oh,
You
oh,
pass the picture stack back down?
Yes.
there you go. Thank you. All right. And your name is?
Steve Graham,
Thank you.
And your role on the project?
landscape designer.
Thank you.
All right, this application is to construct a 24-inch retaining wall with a 48-inch wood fence setback from the existing wrought iron fence. Commissioners should discuss the appropriateness of having a rear yard pathway between the wrought iron fence and retaining wall/privacy fence. Staff recommends continuing the application to allow the applicant time to revise the application. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.13, the standards for site improvement, as well as the German Village guidelines regarding fences and walls. And I believe this is the application I included an approval. There was a little bit of confusion at the business meeting because we had split the application on our end to allow for some items to get done that didn't need commission review.
All right. Anything else to add?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the pathway between the wall and the fence is. I don't understand that statement. There's no pathway between the iron fence and the wall.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. Can you speak into the microphone? Turn the microphone on. Right
It
there.
is on.
I couldn't see it. I can't hear
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
There we go.
better, thanks.
I don't understand what the path between the fence and the wall is. It's a
is the-
landscape bed.
Is the intention to put landscape there?
Yeah, it's a landscape bed. It's plantings.
I think that's what you were referring to, right? Because landscape's not shown in the section
In the section,
drawing.
no, it's
In
in the
plan, it's just-
elevation.
It's hatching for ground cover.
Yeah, that's just a section elevation. It does not show any plant material. It's showing hardscape.
I think you're talking about page 3, the section is showing, seems like hardscape by just plant bed, right?
Yeah.
Between the wall and the existing fence.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
elevation
well, yeah.
isn't showing
Yeah,
the
yeah.
elevation.
I
That-
think that maybe,
yeah,
maybe that's where the,
that's the
Elevation-
confusion.
Elevation alludes to plan.
yeah, the elevation.
Yeah.
But that
The
was-
intent is for it to be planted.
But so the existing tree on the east side, that's the one that preserved. So you're trying to build a retaining wall around it, but you're not changing how you're gonna preserve the tree because you're building the grade up to it. You're just burying the existing tree, right? Or
Not,
is there some grade transition there
I
already?
mean, it already grades up to it and it's not really adding that much soil around that tree. That tree is going to be just fine.
So I guess what's the intention of adding that wall then?
So that we can create a level fence and create privacy for my client.
Okay.
Because as you can see, they're on a corner lot and most of the garden is
It's on a slope. There's a
Village.
big slope
Okay.
there.
If you go to page 6, top photo, it just dies off.
Okay. Couldn't tell from the street.
We'll say that
Hard.
from the guidelines, page 118, number 7,
Okay, it goes up.
keep high fencing at the rear of the property. This is the rear of the property, just happens to be a side yard. With lower fencing in the front of the lot, avoid obscuring views of the building. Consider holding the fence back somewhat from the sidewalk or street. Provide a small planting strip to soften the visual impact of the fence. Then maximum fence heights. So to me, I think it meets all the guideline items. It's kind of in the rear yard as much as it can be. It's set back. We got planting in front of it. It's not really obscuring any views of the principal historic structure. It's obscuring views from the new build garage that was done back in the 80s, 90s. I have no issue with it.
I have no issue with that.
I have no issue.
Yeah, good.
Since I can't figure out what the issue was, I had no issue.
Okay.
All right.
Item COA 2600674, 652 Mohawk Street. Move to approve as submitted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We have somebody for 533 South Third Street.
So that application withdrew.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
I mean, yes and no, because I had already done the staff report.
That's unfortunate.
Yes.
Okay, let me mark that withdrawn. Item 20. Juliet here. All right. Item number 20, COA 2600839, 240 Reinhardt. Thanks for sticking with us. Once you're all settled, if you'll raise your right hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth?
I do.
All right. Your name?
Julie Bullock, I'm the architect.
Thank you.
Connie Klein, the owner.
Thank you.
Louis Smith.
Thank you.
All right, this application is an exterior building modification to replace the existing porch decking with new Trex decking in the same color and style as the existing. Commissioners at the business meeting noted that they may have previously supported the Trex with a 3-inch profile in the past years. Staff was to confirm. They would support materials that match the appropriate dimensions and profile. And the applicant noted that TimberTech has a tongue and groove porch flooring that is 3.5 inches. They were considering updating the application to that material. Staff recommends approval of the application with the condition that the replacement material meets the existing dimensions and profiles. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration, as well as the German Village guidelines regarding materials.
Anything else to add?
Well, just that, so we'd originally submitted on Trex, and it was, which is the one on the right. And it's really a perfect match to the color that they have now. However, it only comes in 6-inch in the porch decking. And then the TimberTech comes in 4-inch. And that's the one on the left. They are open to either. Of course, I think they'd prefer the one on the right, but we understand if you think the narrower board's more appropriate, so.
But the second board does not come in the color that you want?
Correct. And they're both porch decking, they're the tongue and groove. So I thought that was important too, not just, the boards that are just nailed down.
Yep.
So
How is the trim handled?
they have a fascia piece
Okay.
that they provide. And I actually showed, I don't know if you, I did a little porch drawing and I showed a border around the whole thing.
Yes, I did see that. Is
Yeah.
that in that fascia piece? Is there a?
It's a slight
curve?
Yes,
or-
a slight, I wouldn't call it a
Radius?
bullnose.
Okay,
it's-
because
Yeah, it's just a slight curve. Kind of knocked the corner off of it, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was the one in the business meeting who had thought we had used a composite.
I'm sorry,
wood-
and I can't hear you.
Sorry. I was the one in the business meeting who had thought we had used a composite wood decking before for an exterior porch application. Anthony, I couldn't remember.
I'm looking.
That's why I'm curious too, is,
Yeah.
that material, is it historically, well, is it appropriate for a historic district?
Yeah.
And I would say this is a west-facing porch, and they've replaced it, I don't know how many times.
Yeah.
It's now to the point where they're falling through
Yeah.
spots, so,
We have a front porch that's probably the most actively used in German Village. Half the people we know in the village, we know because we greet them from our front porch.
and it's right on, the corner on the park there, so,
Yeah.
A lot of sun.
yeah.
And it's taken a toll.
Yeah.
They've also done a lot of landscaping, I think, to kind of, screen the actual porch itself. I don't really, I would think that most people that would walk by would have no idea that this is, I mean, you guys might, but it's gotten so much better, the colors and the, you know.
Yeah, it continually improves.
Yeah, and it's, you know, in this day and age, it's kind of what we need to be using, frankly.
I myself have to replace some porch boards, and I did a big old study on all the boards that were out there, and there's a handful of them, more than just Trex and TimberTech, and I cannot find my document. So I
Oh.
apologize.
Oh, that's-
But yeah, there were several out there beyond both of those.
I called like 3 different lumber yards.
Okay.
Just to see what other products I could find. And the issue is they have boards, but they don't have the tongue and groove.
Yep.
And I just, to me, that's what's not going to look authentic. We need the tongue and groove,
Yeah.
you know, for that tight fit and the concealed fasteners. So
Yeah, you don't want to top nail this.
yeah,
It could be
exactly.
atrocious.
So that's, and you know, those two are kind of the industry standards. I mean, I'm using another product I brought in here for Lindy's, the millboard. And honestly, it's been a nightmare working with that manufacturer. So we may be coming back. But anyways, you know, these, there's something to be said for availability and also the right color. I mean, they were very concerned that the color, you know, the gray looks good with their board.
So two things I've found out there. Acre, ACRE. I think that's one that we found that was used on a project on City Park a while back. I don't remember the address. It's a upcycled rice hull, which is stainable and paintable. That lasts longer. And the other option I found was a thermally modified wood tongue and groove, which gives you that stability long term and density.
And who was that by?
Just generally thermally modified.
Thermally modified?
Yeah.
Yep.
Basically, they heat the wood up to very high temperatures and basically
Locks it in
it
place.
locks it in, kind of fossilizes it basically.
Mm.
Those are 2 options I found out there that were not true wood.
But I think what would be important is if those other manufacturers, for her to know tongue and groove, if that's a sticking point for us, and for the actual thickness of the visible board.
Yeah, the Acre I know is a typical 3-4 inch deck board. It is tongue
Okay.
and groove.
Good.
And thermally modified is just something you can get from a lumber supplier, which can be tongue and groove.
Okay.
But when I ran pricing, your Trex and your TimberTech are running about 3 times as much as even Doug fir would these days because of oil pricing.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
I between the 2 options proposed, dimensional is the critical thing. Getting a 6-inch board on a porch deck just stands out.
Yeah.
It's got to be the right dimension.
Okay. So then we're talking this,
Back in the lighter.
yeah,
Yeah.
the TimberTech.
You start a company that makes all these products that we need.
Yeah.
So what we can do, unless other commissioners are good with the Trex products, is there support for the 6-inch
TimberTech,
Trex?
For the,
I think
he's talking about the 6-inch one.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just trying to see if it's just me or if there is
Oh, okay.
consensus.
No, well, if based on your research, there were precedents, you know, used in the village, I'm okay with that.
So if the commission's not good with a 6-inch, which would be the Trex option, then we're falling back to what's proposed here as TimberTech. Options are, if you want to amend your application to be TimberTech, we can vote, approve it, and you've got something to move forward with. If you do find another product or manufacturer out there, you can always come back to us and propose the other products.
Could it be staff approved if it's the right color and the right width?
Would you be okay approving materials that you haven't seen before?
If there are materials we haven't seen before, we're going to put them back before the board just to make sure everybody's on board with it.
I would say that thermally modified wood, I believe German Village has approved an application maybe sometime 2020, 2021. I
And that
recall.
was for siding, I believe.
Could be.
It was a Mark Hours production.
I knew I recognized it.
So would you like us to vote on the timber tech and get
Yeah.
you something to move forward with at least?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
You agree? Let's see what they say.
All right. Is there a motion to vote on the slide?
On item
ahead,
numbers
Karen.
COA 2600839, 240 Reinhardt Avenue. I move to approve the application using the TimberTech product in the 3.5, whatever the dimension is.
It's this right here.
Thanks, Jess. Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes.
Okay, and we'll look.
Thank you so
into
much.
the other.
Good luck.
Thank you.
If you find something else, let us know because we're always looking for
We're all
products.
coming to the porch party.
You good?
Thank you, Julie.
I'm assuming you're here for 819 Mohawk.
Yeah.
Come on down. Conceptual application, item 21, COA 2600810, 819 Mohawk.
Ooh, Julie.
Purse is open.
Get up.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, good.
Yeah. I was. All right, excuse this.
Really tight.
Networking.
Yeah.
All right, once you're both settled, raise your right hands. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth.
I do.
Your name,
Corey Annan,
your relationship to the project.
representative for the architect.
Thank you.
Rick Duty, the owner.
Great.
Hi, this application is a conceptual review for an exterior building alteration, which includes adding a single-story ground floor addition to expand the existing restaurant and add dormers on both sides of the roof. Commissioners at the business meeting requested photos of the existing windows that would be replaced, specifically any damage or deterioration. Chimneys and their heights should be included on the drawings, and a roof plan noting the existing condition and the proposed alterations should be submitted. An existing floor plan with the proposed demolition was also requested. A similar single-story addition was proposed to the Mohawk Grill in June of 1967 and was denied due to the color treatment of the exposed wood, braces, and shingles, and specifically noting concrete block was not an appropriate material. The proposed planter and overhang were also stated as illegal. HPO staff has included the documents and the materials. Just to show something similar was approved, but also why that wasn't approved at the time, which I don't believe the reasons for denial are applicable in this circumstance. Commissioners should offer design feedback that can be utilized by the applicant to further refine the proposal for review at a future meeting. No action will be taken. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.11, these standards for alteration, as well as City Code 3116.12, these standards for new construction, and the German Village guidelines regarding the alterations to the existing structure additions.
I don't think this mentions the dormers as being a problem in the staff comments. We talked about that last time.
Yes, we did.
We'll get to it.
Yeah.
Anything else to add?
What would you like to hear?
Well, I think my first question is
Sure.
looking through the application materials, it looks like there's a set of drawings, and on page 9, that says revised materials. Should we be looking at the revised materials?
Right now, we just wanted to get this in front of you guys, get a conversation going, and have the materiality focus a little bit later down the line. Right now, we know that there are obviously products that you all would prefer to have as far as the addition.
Sure.
But just again, wanted to start the conversation now. So there are new proposed materials on the addition and on the first floor wrap of the front of the existing brick building as well, which would match then the new addition.
And we have no problem matching everything that is there. I mean, we want to, we know about brick buildings in German Village. And we very much appreciate
character and architecture of the city.
I think what I'm confused about is what's different from the last time we met with you.
Yes, so we provided the roof plan as requested. We provided the existing plan as requested.
Okay.
Added in the couple of scope notes with the just overall list of changes. And then noted the heights of the chimneys, I believe was the last comment. So those are all updated in the package.
And I think gave an option for
Yep.
dormers, right?
I know that was a concern that the size of the dormer. So
Page 16.
yep. So wanted to propose just a secondary alternative of what that could look like, or even just get feedback on if dormers would be something that would be considered by the board, or if that was going to be something that would be denied in either case, if it was a size issue versus a dormer issue.
So if I could just comment, I'm Rick Duty. I'm the owner of this. My family's owned Lindy's down the street for 46 years. I live in Cleveland. I have a small restaurant company with 10 restaurants. We love being part of the community. That's kind of what we do. We have Lindy's in German Village. We have 3 restaurants in a small town in Chagrin Falls in Cleveland, all within 75 yards of one another. We love being part of communities. That 3rd floor would be my residence when I come to town. If you approve the dormers or some sort of dormers, it's really not usable space without some sort of flexibility. It's very narrow, sort of attic-like ceiling, but that would be it. It would just be a small apartment that I'd use when I come to town. The main, I guess, principle that we're trying to do is the building is old. It's very dilapidated. I was there an hour and a half ago. It's worse than I remember it. I haven't been there since I bought it 2 months ago. I should have probably done more due diligence. The problem we're facing with this building is it's requiring a lot of maintenance and structural upkeep that most likely won't be useful if we ever do this renovation. It's really sort of band-aiding and costing a lot of money that unfortunately won't necessarily be a good spend, because down the road we're going to do something hopefully better if you allow us. If you don't, then I'll probably just sell it and move on. I got other things to do in my life than this, but we do love the building. We love the city. We love the village. And we think we can create something unique there. So anyway, that's really it. The reason for the dormers was to try to make that 3rd floor a little more usable. I understand your concern. We can certainly try to work that out. No problem with the materials and the brick and everything else. There was also, I thought you said, a concern last time about the storefront on the front windows. I think somebody had mentioned that. I didn't hear you say that, but maybe there was concern whether the front windows would remain. In Lindy's, the most popular tables are the front 3 window tables. And by having the entrance right there on the front windows, you lose the ability to make those windows sort of great tables. I mean, you literally go from 3 tables in the window there to maybe where you could do 5 or 6 along the front windows by having the door there. So we were preferring to do the door on the side.
Yep. And also make that accessible as well. Neither of these 2 entries are accessible at this point.
We understand, I think, what you're after when you ask us about the front windows and what you want them to look like, a storefront, European storefront, which we'll be certainly very incredibly sensitive to. But we'd like to put tables there. And right now there's a front door and a side door that goes into the side. And it's just, it's not handicap accessible. There's a lot of reasons to try to move that door. I'm not sure if I addressed some of the other concerns you asked about. Materials, right now the building is brick, but it's been, I don't know if there's some rubberized paint that's been gone on the outside of it. Everything above that cornice is some sort of rubberized paint. You can't really see it. It looks the color of brick.
And it's been painted to attempt to match the existing
Is it
brick.
stucco or it is? I don't know what it is. I think it was probably an attempt at some point to preserve the look of brick, at least because it's the color of the brick. But it's completely, the entire side, I think on both sides is that way. I don't know if we can restore that. I don't know if you can sandblast that off. I would
Oh,
probably.
Don't do
Mm-mm.
that.
I
Please don't do that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean,
There's chemical treatments, chemical peels you can use to peel the paint off. Basically,
okay.
you want to use the least abrasive method possible.
There's a
And I'm
chemical
just
peel
going
though
to
that would
put in, that would need review and approval by
Yeah.
staff prior to that. So
Okay.
completely
Well,
understand.
anyway, I'm just full disclosure. That's a problem for this building. I mean, I mean, there you can kind of see it real close on both the right and to the right and left side of the door. I mean, I've discovered numerous problems in this restaurant in the last 48 hours, including rats and problems that is really something I have to address in the short term, obviously right away. I have a crew of 10 going down there tomorrow morning because of what I saw. But it's just some challenges. So
I've got a list
go for it. Fire away.
Yeah.
Go for it.
for the dormers. I think the second option, the smaller dormers, is more appropriate of the two. That
we
comes
Perhaps do something in between, a little bit bigger than the side dormers that
So
were.
if I go to the guidelines, what the guidelines tell me is that page 98, number 2, dormers added to a roof should be narrow, preferably only one window wide like historic dormers. Every effort should be made to accommodate space and light with traditional gabled roof dormers before considering shed roof flat dormers. We have approved kind of double window dormers. We just need to understand what the size of that is, what the impact to the roofscape would be. And then item 3 on that same page, if dormers are to be added, they should have the following features. The dormer design should be kept in scale with the original building and should not be overwhelming in size. The maximum length should never be more than 1/2 the roof's length. New dormers should be roof dormers, not wall dormers. Walls held back from the roof eave, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
A slew of things about those. If you can hit those bullet points, the dormers can become approvable. We're not
Okay.
opposed to dormers and holistically, just got to be done right.
Okay.
And I think our initial discussion about those dormers was where their kind of interaction with the chimneys are. So making sure we're not going to interfere with those existing ones and then.
Okay.
I think where placed kind of works because you're
Yeah.
centered
Yep.
between the chimneys.
That was the intent, was to get them between the chimneys. That way you didn't have any sort of overlap on the exterior.
I felt the size maybe can in between the two, and I'll be curious to see if they can line up. I know there's chimney different stagger locations.
Yeah, the chimneys don't look like they're lined up. You want all the chimneys to remain, correct?
Yes, please.
Okay.
If I move from the dormers down, yeah, the chimneys were a big issue. They just got capped on the north side where they're not super tall, got little stubby chimneys. When the previous owner was getting the roofing done and everything, we had them keep those stubby chimneys. Preferably, they would have brought them back to full height and restored them, but we're not going to make them do that.
Okay.
But we can't take them away because they're a piece of.
There are chimneys on the side, but they're not as tall. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you get around the side of the building on the
Side.
cross street, there's like 2 small stubby chimneys there.
Okay.
There's a couple photos
Yeah.
in this
Yep.
document if you scroll up.
The paint specifically, the guidelines do discuss paint. There's a National Park Services preservation brief about cleaning masonry, investigation to do to figure out what's on there, and then that will determine what the proper cleaning mechanism is. Obviously, that comes back to us for review. We typically don't allow painting of unpainted brick. If the brick has been painted, it was usually painted for a reason. Oftentimes, it was sandblasted in the past, and you lose that hard patina, and now you got bad brick, and you paint it to secure it, or other reasons. But not opposed to refreshing it. Just need to know what the plan is, if it needs to be stripped or what.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I have to look into it. I have
Future conversation.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Working down the building. Is something else on the?
Oh, I was gonna say, as well as putting new mortar in between bricks or resetting existing bricks. That's
Is the right mortar.
yeah, please.
So moving down the building onto the front facade, the storefront windows. I did a little digging myself. I reached out to GVS. Ronan over there is their preservation or their archives person. And Ronan identified a photo from the 70s, maybe.
Do you have that?
Yeah.
photo?
Reach out to GVS, they can give it to you. The goal is identifying if these windows are the historic storefront windows, and everything I have seen points to the fact that they are the original windows, paneling and everything else, hardware. So if they are original, need to be restored. We don't want to take out what's there. The only storefront windows we have modified, there was one on Sycamore Cafe where they took the glass out of one of them and they added a little small little pass-through window for walk-up orders.
If they could still move the entry to the new space.
Moving the
and
entry is
Just not use
fine.
this as a door.
Close the door and it's fastened shut and it's fine. Moving the entry is fine.
Would you want the door to remain a door or you want it to remain a?
So none of the storefront would change. It would just be essentially pinned closed.
We'll
And
sign up.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And there is a guideline section on storefronts, which is page 82.
Okay.
Which is basically,
If it is not original, what do we do?
if you can find the evidence and make the case that it's not original,
Okay.
then we can have a discussion about what can be done to it.
Okay.
I would say it's a heavy lift because it's probably been there since the 60s or earlier.
And I dug through the archives as well and was just finding newspaper articles with hearing meetings, and that was about the extent of the background.
How do you feel about windows that open?
That would probably require significant alteration to the windows, which probably not work.
Not supported.
That
Um,
is,
new addition.
Yeah, I was gonna say on the addition. I
Addition,
think
sure.
it's fine.
Yeah.
no, I know in addition, this is, so our first restaurant that we did in a very similar building in Cleveland, which probably is the only reason I'm here tonight, is, a restaurant now named Lola's after my dog in Chagrin Falls. And, that particular architectural review board, said they regret the fact that I was getting rid of the windows that opened. And I said, oh, you want me to consider to keep them open? And in hindsight, it was one of the architects that said that, and it was a brilliant move on the part of him because we opened that restaurant to the public for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And people come there and have a coffee and a croissant, and it's just this great feeling of being a very open French cafe style, which is ultimately maybe what we may do here. And it just, from an operational standpoint, is something that is very inviting to the guest. You have these sort of glass barriers, as architecturally may be what you want, but it's operationally something that's challenging to us.
And I get it. If they were operable historically, keep them operable, but they're not. They're plate glass, stationary.
Okay. All right. Well, let's just keep going. Let's carry on. Let's talk. Okay.
The awnings, I don't believe the awnings are original. Those have been modified over time. And our guidelines actually say not to use bullnose awnings, which is what's there. I'm not sure how that happened, but so I think the awning style that goes back, probably a conversation. I was hoping to find some old photos of what was there originally. But typically what's proposed is the traditional awning style of these storefronts back in the day.
Ours are more simple in design.
I've got no problem with the awnings proposed.
Perfect.
There's going to be some neighborhood backlash, I think, but they're not appropriate as they are here. What else we got?
Lighting looks appropriate from the renderings.
The question about the lighting I have.
Yeah.
It's there.
Right now, it's those arm.
Are you keeping the arms?
We would propose to change the arms and replace in kind
With more arms, with different arms again?
with sconces that are not biceps.
Yeah.
So the lights that we put in the front of Lola's in Chagrin Falls were actually out of the old Smith and Walensky here when we did Bar Italia at Easton. We found these great old fixtures. I don't know if we have more of those, but they're beautiful and they are Victorian and they're gorgeous brass fixture.
So our guidelines state creating a faux sense of historicism is counter to preservation.
A faux sense of what?
Historicism.
We would review the lighting fixture and have that approved with the appropriate spec.
Yeah, typically.
These are antique.
Good.
Uh,
I understand. It's
They're gorgeous.
taking an old fixture from somewhere else and putting it in a new location on the property does not, it goes against the principles of preservation because
So
we are
what
faking the history that's there now.
What do you want?
So what's there could stay. Nothing needs to. That's probably a question for the commission if that's become historic in and of itself. If you put something back, it would need to be something more simpler, contemporary-ish.
Yes.
Contemporary.
It would be an appropriate
Okay.
fixture.
No problem. I mean, we're, you know.
And I think that's, and then on the side,
I see your stub chimneys now.
yeah, they are.
Only to be, the exhaust in the back is there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Repairing the
So
stonework.
is it possible to do 2 dormers on that side because of the stub chimneys that look out over downtown so I can have a nice view
Of Helen Wintemore's. I mean, I think it's
of?
something the commission can look at. We
As
will
long
see
as
it.
they're appropriate in the scale, we can review that.
Studied it.
I mean, those dormers on the east and west side of that building, I was up there tonight, are completely boarded up. They're exhaust going out of the one in the west end of the building, and I mean, there's ways for birds to fly right in there. It's terrible. I mean, the whole 3rd floor is hard to believe that they got away with it. But there's a view, I think, also of the paint on the side of the building or the rubberized paint. What is it?
It's like an asphalt coating, something on there. You just test it. For the signage, so it's not on.
It would be replaced in the same location. That was a lovely AI
Okay.
generation. I knew where you were going with that one.
I was worried.
Yep. No, we would replace
Want
it.
the sign on the front corner where the old Mohawk sign is now? That's no problem.
You can reuse the hardware that's there, that's attached to the building already. Makes
It's
it easier for you.
just a straight steel bar
Yeah.
with a wire. That's fine.
We've got signage restrictions and everything else.
Yep.
What are those roughly? Do you know?
12 square feet.
Or commercial or is?
Yeah, we're smaller than the rest.
Yeah.
First one on the rest.
It's not a problem. We don't need a big sign. It's no problem. But it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. I don't need a big sign.
We can replace it.
As long as not too much is
It's-
covered, because it
There's a
still
certain
has to be.
percentage of transparency that
Mhm.
needs to be maintained if it's on glass.
We'll say the one thing that you might have going for you is the photo that Ronan has at GVS. They've
Mhm.
got the old Mohawk sign, which I think is a lot bigger than one that's there now. There's a neon sign.
Yeah.
There's some precedents that you may be able to look into. On the north side, where you're putting windows in, those are existing, they're
Yes.
bricked up openings currently.
Correct. If you look at the existing image, there are 2 very poorly done brick infills that we would propose to reopen and replace window in kind.
That works, which then brings us to the south side.
Yep.
I didn't see any pictures of the south side facade.
There are no windows on the first floor currently. So that's, I know, a question that was proposed during the business meeting where we are proposing to alter the existing brick and match the storefront opening, or I'm going to call it storefront, on the north side and mirror that to the south side. And then there will be a couple of additional openings in the brick in order to allow access to the addition. So that should be a couple pages up on the series of plans before the proposed.
I would recommend that you go to the National Park Service's website and check out their ITS documents, interpreting the Secretary Standards documents, number 14 and number 21 specifically talk about new openings and secondary elevations.
Yep.
So we want to make sure we're approaching that appropriately. There's also one there on storefront and entrances as well, which could be helpful. Punching in new storefront windows on the south facade. I'm not sure if that would be appropriate. I could get behind opening a opening for the addition of some fashion. The size can be discussed. The reason why we are hesitant to open up masonry walls is once you open it up, it's hard to really put it back right. And one of the tenets of preservation is to whatever you do to the property, you want to make it be able to be undone in the future. Punching a big old opening for a plate glass window would be problematic. A door opening for function, I can get behind that. The storefront treatment of existing to the new addition, you don't want to make it matchy-matchy.
But you want to make it complementary.
Complementary, yeah.
Correct.
So if you like having like the 3 windows, you can open them up. Perfect for the addition side. It'll give you the storefront look, but differentiate it from the original, which gives you what you need. I've got no issue with it being set back. That's totally appropriate. Typically, the additions you set back from the front facade.
So you think that the window on the south side is a difficult ask for us?
Punching that big of an opening into an existing historic masonry wall would typically be something that preservation minds don't do.
It's important from a restaurant standpoint. People like to walk into a restaurant and know who's there and what's going on. It has to do with when we opened Lindy's and we took out the hallway that was there when it was Palmer House, and we put the bar downstairs instead of the bar upstairs. And people want to walk into that front door and see who's there, their friends, and what's going on. So I would like you to consider somehow, I know from a structural standpoint and from a construction standpoint,
Structurally, anything's
and
possible.
a preservation standpoint that won't hurt the building, I think we can do it. But operationally, it's probably more important than windows that open on the front, but it's also equally as important. It's right up there. I mean, these are, again, I mean, this is a big ask. I'm not asking, I'm doing this because I have to make a decision whether this is a go or no go project for us. That's all. And we want to do what's best for, I think this is I think you have a building in the village right now that is not consistent with the residential integrity of the village. I mean, the village has incredible residential properties. I mean, all around. And yes, I understand that a lot of them are preservation, but this building is really in pretty bad shape. And I do think it needs some love. And whether it gets it from us or not is going to be up to you guys, honestly. And so, we spent a lot of time for a long time enhancing Lindy's building and making it better and spending a lot of money, millions on trying to make that better. And I would think that here we think there's some important things that make this. I remember going to the German Village to you, this body 40 years ago for German Village for Lindy's. And I would think that we stand by what we've done with that restaurant. And I would like to do the same here. So that's the only thing we would ask for. I understand it's your concern from a preservation standpoint, but I don't think it's a huge ask either. I don't think we're selling our soul here preservation wise if we put a window on the south side or we had windows that open to the east.
I would say it's incumbent upon your design firm, the architect, to make the case based upon our guidelines or based upon National Park Service's standards.
Okay.
What
Fair
you're
enough.
proposing, how is it appropriate for renovation?
All right. And I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just saying it's important for us to get certain things. Those are two pretty key. I have a restaurant. If you want to come to Chagrin Falls and have lunch or dinner on me, I would love to serve you and show you how important those windows are to open and how important to have that people be able to walk in there. We took the whole side of the building, and opened it up to windows because we felt it was that important. People like to see who's there and what's going on. So, sorry, I don't mean, I wanted to do in a future life what she does. I didn't get to do that. So I designed restaurants vicariously in order to fulfill that need.
Sure.
And it's more about me than you want to know. But so there will be some things that I push hard on just because of that reason.
And the only two things I have on there is three. The one design I saw had a skylight.
Skylight profile. I know you
Um,
talked about that in a previous case.
As long as it's
Yep.
hidden, we can't see it. Fine. 100% lot coverage ask.
Yes, it is at 67 right now, I believe. So it's already above the 50%.
But what's proposed is not showing 100% lot coverage.
We don't consider hardscape.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything
No.
on the side of the property, that kind of stuff. So we just want the true number of what it's going to be, not maximize everything.
There's a sewer easement. Are you aware of that? To the south of this building.
Okay.
It's a red dotted line. I don't know if it's on those plans. Is it?
It is.
It is.
It's there.
And that is why the building stops where it stops.
Sure.
But yes, we can update the lot coverage to get you.
Number, yep.
Still
Last
going to
thing-
be above and still going to be variance, obviously, but or a non-conforming use.
Last one was the parking request. I'm assuming that even with the addition, you're showing a net drop in park requirements because the third floor going to residential.
Correct. It was a change in use.
And when you go for the change in use, I'm assuming it needs to go to city council for use changes and everything.
Yep. Well aware that all of the variances will have their own fund process to go through as well.
Variances, notify neighbors, and everything else.
All of the
Right,
stuff.
just full disclosure, I mean, we own Lindy's down the street. I've made my siblings who also own Lindy's partners in this deal. And we plan to valet and use the same lots that we rent for Lindy's.
That's all I have.
Yeah, I didn't have anything else.
I
We
do have
covered it
a
all.
couple questions.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, I mean, understanding that you want to reconfigure the front entrance, making more occupiable tables and chairs in the front, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna take out the existing fence along
Yes.
the current patio, and then you're gonna put new back.
So the existing fence right now currently shields the trash, which is not the most aesthetically pleasing, especially on the front facade along Mohawk Street. So as you can see, we're proposing to relocate the trash to.
Sorry, I'm talking about the patio at the
temporary.
corner.
Oh, yes,
Fence.
yes, we're removing, the temporary fence, but still providing some sort of more appropriate buffer to separate the patio from the sidewalk space.
Okay, but that will be in the right of way, right? Like, so that will not be under our preview, is that right?
Oh, I see which fence you're talking.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
talking about the
The bollards and chains along the.
town, right?
I missed that one.
Yep, we replace the existing dimensions in kind to the extent of the fence as it is shown now. So again, that would be a non-conforming that we would need to review with the city.
Go
Oh,
to page
that fence?
17.
What do you want in terms of a fence? We have no problem doing whatever you want.
I'm just kind of curious, like.
Right
because
now, I think it's an aluminum kind of cheap
It's
looking
a
fence.
black wrought iron-esque looking.
I would think we could do whatever you prefer. I mean, we want something that's very appropriate. I personally prefer less than more fence. I like to have it as open as I can. We have to have a fence for the liquor department. It's required. So I'll
Enough
do.
of a divider that it does its job without being over encompassing on the building and the facade itself.
But if you serve alcohol, you will need to have an enclosed fence.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
It's required. But I mean, I've done as little as ballards with a chain going through it. They really don't care much about, actually in Chagrin Falls, we have a front window that we have 4 tables and it's on the city sidewalk and we have no fence. And we weren't for the first 6 months allowed to serve alcohol there, and then they changed their mind for some reason, and now we can't. So I don't know how we got around that. But
So I don't know, because when this outdoor dining was put in, I know at the old Chapman's through that, and it was seasonal. It was put up, it was put up seasonal and taken down. So it
Mhm.
wasn't a permanent installation.
And it,
in the right way.
it looks like the fence was added during COVID, just going back
Yes, I
based
think
on
it
the Google images. I think that was the divider line was between those couple of years is when that was permanently enclosed.
I actually don't know. I think a right-of-way permit's required from the city to do that. So that's not part of our purview.
Yep, understood.
what would you prefer? Do you prefer
mean,
a fence
aesthetically,
that
is
comes
there a
down in the
preference?
winter?
I think it would be fine if it went away in
Hmm.
the winter. Or if it were containers that were, kind of moved back towards the building or something of that sort.
Yeah,
Honestly,
planter boxes.
I don't,
Planters.
I don't know the requirements from the city currently
Okay.
developing and, for
Right.
outdoor dining in the right of way.
Yep.
Yeah, and
So if memory serves me correctly, we do have purview over it. Even with this in the right of way, it's the caveat that you also have to get it approved with the Department of Right of Way.
Okay.
And there's the caveat that the city could come in at any time and take it out without notice. Because we've reviewed and approved people's tree lawns as well, or sidewalks, and those are technically right of way. So this is something similar. Because I'm thinking back to staffing Italian Village and Victorian Village, that we still reviewed those patios.
My experience has been downtown with it, and it was, there was a lot.
I read something recently that said that it's sort of the New York view of those pods that you can have on sidewalks. That's to make kind of little.
oh yeah, they changed their tune in New York about that stuff.
New York brought it back. Maybe I'm wrong.
They drastically cut them back.
Okay.
And they should have, honestly. I mean, I'm surprised no one was killed. I mean, some bus plows into one of those and wipes out several people. They're right out in the streets. I mean, they were totally out of control.
Possibly do something interesting like that. Look like New York.
I'm a restaurant guy. I need to do seats and covers and things like that. But, I also know the limits and what we can and can't do. And if we can get this plan, we're going to do the best to operate a successful restaurant.
The feedback you're looking for?
I think so. I think we got pretty much
Big
everything.
enough to be dangerous.
Right. The key is going to be proven to us why whatever you're proposing is
Relevant and
perfectly appropriate.
understood.
Thank you very much.
You guys for your time. We appreciate just having an open conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care.
Thanks for sticking with us.
Yeah.
That's
All right.
sounds like you guys had quite an extensive.
Latest.
Really?
We got a couple that we got to continue.
Yeah.
We're not
Yes.
finished.
Yep, well,
Item number 2, COA 2600547-608 South Grant. This is the second continuance, I believe.
yes.
All right. Is there a motion to continue? Any questions on the motion? We got a second. Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Let's have it.
Who made the motion? Sorry.
Cynthia, right?
Okay.
I second.
All right. I'm going to
Yeah.
group the rest together in one motion.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Have a good night.
So the other ones that continue in one motion are COA 2600596-978 Jaeger, which is number 4. Number 7, COA 2600679-202 East Beck. And I believe that's it.
No, number 13.
Oh, yeah, but I increased that. So 13, COA 2600636,
And number 14, I believe.
862 Fifth Street, and COA 2600600-250 East Sycamore Street. Is there a motion to continue all those applications?
So moved.
Second. Any questions on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have, motion passes. Is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?